can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. All these bitches want stars. Call me show me what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and they're officially hosting the Valentine Dash. Not to mention, today's the final day, day 4, the grand finals. The 16 teams are competing for the first ever tournament hosted over there with Raz to give a chance for first place to get a total cash prize of $700 US. Not to mention Moonton with the amazing prize pool of 25,000 diamonds for first place, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. And it doesn't just stop there. Look at the bracket. Look at all these big teams competing. The Valley and Ackerman made it to semifinals. Beat the Odds and Idyllics made it to the semifinals. And then yesterday was insane. We've seen the Valley win it with a sweep, taking down Ackerman, claiming their spot in the finals match. Not to mention, on the other side of the board, we've seen Beat the Odds take down Idyllics with another sweep and a crazy draft to close it out. And like we said, looking at today, this is the grand finals. The Valley versus Beat the Odds, competing in a best of 7. And man, oh man, the polls are definitely out there. Who are you guys voting on taking game 1? Lots of household names. Sir Bossy in the building. The Valley over there with a super stacked team, and I can't wait to see them compete. Joined on the desk, speaking of competition, speaking of members you've seen all across the world, inside of M4, not to mention leading the way inside of NACT as well. We have Assassin Dave on the analyst, and also Trex is in the building for the play-by-play. How you guys doing today?
Well, I'm doing very, very well. I feel like I'm back in Jakarta right now in that small hotel room with Dave. It's me and him once again.
And the only thing is, we talk a lot more about stuff that we're not going to talk about here, but nonetheless, still very, very excited, Trex.
Yes, very, very excited. You know, I think it's a great start of the year, right? We got a lot of stuff happening in NA right now, and this is just kind of like the warm-up session for the teams, the casters, everybody. And right now we're at the grand finals of that warm-up session. It is BTO up against the Valley. Of course, a couple sub-outs on the Valley, but still a very strong team. If you had to guess it all right now, Dave, what are you putting your money on?
Oh my God, I don't know. You know, I'm usually pretty good at math, knowing that like the Asian instinct I have, the super like Spider-Man says. But in this scenario, I actually don't know. BTO has the momentum coming in. You saw their ride all the way here. Now, obviously, with the Valley, this is the powerhouse, right? You said they have some members swapped out, but nonetheless, they had the basics. They learned everything from M4. They scrimmed with the entire Asia teams, the top teams, every single one of them for a month and a half. They know what they're doing. They got all this knowledge, and all they have to do is talk to a few other players, you know, tell them what they learned. On top of the fact, you are talking about Reshi, best players, some of the best that NA can offer. So it's power against power. I just don't know, Trax. I'm really excited to cast this match.
Yeah, there's a few things I'm really excited about, right? We've seen best players play some great fanny games. We've also seen Foe play a couple fanny games here and there. We know that both junglers are well versed in what they want to do. And then some other people to keep our eyes on would be Gina versus Basic. Gina used to be on TFB in the gold lane, played an amazing job through past NACTs. We already saw how well Basic did in M4. And then third but not least, the AXP lane, Yureshi versus Sir Bossy. I feel like these three players on both teams have really been the stars. So throughout this whole best of 7, I think those are the ones that we really need to keep our eyes on now. Bans coming in, Carry, Kaja looking normal, but the Martis a little bit spicy.
Yeah, I mean, when you're first pick, I guess a lot of times right now they try to not ban the most universal first picks, right? They want to leave the Eve open, they want to leave something like the Fredrin open, and then they fill in the rest. Because we know the meta is more of the counter relationship. That's why the side laners are so important, especially the EXP lane. You mentioned about the EXP matchup in this particular series, and I'm really excited because this is going to set the tone for the entire North America season in all the upcoming tournaments that we have in North America region. So I cannot wait to see like how the EXP lane gonna play out, because that will determine how this entire series play out. The first hurdle, whoever plays more aggressive, whoever comes out with a better draft. See, we have Glue coming out as a ban, and also interestingly, Hilda coming out as a ban. A lot of powerhouses on the table here. You know, you have obviously Valentina. You have I think. Oh, I was just about to say Glue Monster, but just mentioned that was banned away as well. One is still available as well. You know, Eve, and Joy. You know, Valentina being banned.
I like it. I like that, because here's the thing: when you have that second pick, you have that option. Like, do we want to just leave a bunch open? Since they're trying us, we're gonna try them back. And yes, you're gonna get one, but we're gonna get two. And this is what we call an open draft, like you said, right? The Eve's open, the Joy's open. So many things still on the board, but Fo doesn't care about any of that. He's locking in the Fanny up front.
Whoa, my God. This amount of confidence coming out from BT Odds, right? Like, they have momentum coming to the tournament, as I said in the beginning statement here. And obviously, that's exactly what they're doing. Picking out Fanny as the first pick is a very confident move. And some may say very bold move, because there's so many counters right now that still can counter you, such as Franco, such as the Kufa, right? With the, a bouncing ball. So there's so many characters that can be used. And obviously, we're leaving out a lot of characters like Lapu, like Eve, like the Fredrin being available. Fredrin, obviously a Fanny being taken out. Most likely that character will go to jungle. We've seen sometimes you have Lord T like to play Fanny on the side lane. In the last season that we saw, but obviously coming in, we mostly suspect Fanny jungle. That means Fredrin's still available for the value takeout in the third pick. So right now their draft is looking really, really strong.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, BTO, I like that. They bring in the Franco. Nice shutdown possibilities for that Yve, and also some peel possibilities against the Lapu Lapu if he tries to dive into the back lane. I'm wondering if BTO is going to lock in their gold laner now, and there's the Claude. I was thinking maybe Beatrix, but Claude could still be viable. A good way to, with that battle mirror image, you're going to be able to escape that real manipulation if things get a little tough.
Yeah, really interesting draft right here from BT Odds. I gotta say, this is a team that has a lot of upcoming stars. I think as a team, this is the one team that stayed together from the last season, right? So coming in, they probably have their planning, what they want to do. I think the first game is a lot of comfort draft. And also Fanny as a first pick, sometimes wouldn't make sense. It does counter the Eve. You do really well against stationary characters, but it just have a lot of counter. And then they picked out a Franco as a ban in a sense, like just to make sure that you don't take that out to lock Fanny in when Fanny flies in. So here we go, we have Lolita being taken out. Very early on, Lolita being Shark's one of the most comfortable pick he has. But picking out so early, this might take away a lot of those single target lockdowns against character like Fanny, against character like the Claude. So I mean, what do you think about going to the second draft here?
I mean, definitely at this point where we got bans on the table, right? I feel like BTO may be focusing on to the gold lane here, right? Limit basic on whatever you can play. Maybe take out the Beatrix, take out, at this point, Aerithil, maybe the Melissa, maybe the Clint, the side of the Valley. Try to give Yureshi a good game. Maybe take out the Fredder in here. I know we don't see it in the XP lane very often, but it could be a possible pickup. Or go into the Mage, take out some of that early game aggression by banning out this Lilia, so I do like it. Either way, they either give Yureshi or Milo an easy laning phase here.
Yeah, do you notice that 1-1's not banned or picked? Like up to this point?
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting here for the Valley and BT Odds. I mean, if BT Odds doesn't ban right here, they probably definitely had a plan with this particular draft coming in. I mean, obviously with Franco, it's one of the characters that's not really going to stay in the front line. They play by the hook, and obviously Franco get the conceal play, the mass play. You can just go in with the Bloody Hunt into the Fanny burst, into the Claw burst. So this is looking pretty interesting there from Beat the Odds. It seems kind of out of place in the beginning, but overall, it seems like they don't even worry about one of the most meta marksmen in the game right now. They just worry about overall, aggression, which is really, really nice. They have the burst damage. All they have to do is land the hooks or go in with the Flicker ultimate. Oh, 1-1 comes out.
There's your 1-1 ban right there. I guess they were listening in on us, right? And I do like it, right? And this is gonna be Basic forced to maybe play something that he hasn't really played very often, right? I mean, all that's really left for him, the Beatrix. That's what I would personally go for at this point. It's the only thing that's really gonna output a bunch of damage. He could still go the Melissa route, but the fact that they have a Franco, they're not really like a divey team except for the Farza. You're not going to get a whole lot of that Melissa ultimate, right? If they had a Grok or something like that, yes, it'd be a great pick. But at this point, Basic kind of in a weird spot. They're going to swap up the Leomord, which I kind of like that. I kind of like that, Dave.
They might go with a Lunox. Lunox ban, no, right? Like, we know Basic like to play Lunox in the go lane, and Lunox is one of the characters that can do really well against Claude, that can do really well against Fanny, or anyone else. Obviously, also does pretty good against Esmeralda, right? It all depends on how Lunox, how fast it gets you the power spike, how well it gets you the power spike the late game. And in this case, when you pick a carry jungle, or should I say a damage jungler like Leomord, the chances of the silent Lunox actually increases. And Lunox actually do objective really fast. So this game might just be one of the games that they don't really go marksman at all. Because if you look at the Beat the Odds draft, they have a lot of dive, right? In fact, every single one of them is looking to dive. Esmeralda, Farsa is going to burst any immobile characters, marksman characters in the back. If you pick up Beatrix, if you pick up someone like Brody, you will get bombarded by the Farsa. So this is one of the time that they can take out those interesting picks. Oh, speaking of Brody, here we go.
I like the Brody. Now, you were talking about the dive factor on BTO. I think one thing that they also, yes, they do have the dive with the Fanula, but also if they need to, they can kind of pocket up. They have a nice backline mage. They have Claude who can kind of jump in, but I think a lot of it's going to come down to the way that Esmeralda and Franco protect this Farza and this Claude, and then Foe can pretty much do whatever he wants in the Fanny, right? He can just split push, try to get pickoffs and off lanes. He can run around by himself, but the real pocket is going to be the other 4 members and how they move around in these turtle pits, because most likely Foe's always going to come a little bit late to the party. He's going to try to come in and clean things up about halfway through. But we've talked a lot about their draft. How you feeling about the Valley's draft?
I think it's overall looking pretty strong. Leomord in a jungle though, is there a little bit disconnect? Lolita Leo is really good combo, but at the same time, it would disconnect from Yellow's mage, right? The Eve. However, Eve can play really flexible. You don't have to use the real world manipulation right away. You can just stay further in the back and just use the poke anytime you want, and then really save the ultimate until Farsa used the ult, until Fanny ran out of energy, something like that, and then come back in. So I think they have a decent draft. It's just, it all comes down to execution. I think this is more of a battle of who initiate faster or better, a battle between Toadneck and Shark. On the EXP lane, the Esmeralda is already going to have an easier time in lane against Lapu just because how the mechanic works. But before we get to EXP lane, looks like Foe. Finds a little bit of trouble.
He's definitely trying to find some trouble. Moving in on a best player, already going to zone him off. Super Shark and Milo also going to make their way towards Foe. Foe is definitely a threat, and look at Lucas also on the backside. Beat the Odds, going to be able to keep the Valley at bay, and this is the aggressive comp they brought in this early game. They have the stun possibility from Lucas. They have Foe, who we already know how much damage that Fanny does in the early game, but it's still going to be a battle over this orange buff. Not quite enough damage. Best player around the wall. Got a feeling he might try to make the dive to get this Rectory, but he does not have eyes on that orange buff. Does get stolen, and Shark brought down to about 10%, so a nice early game aggression from Beat the Odds.
Yeah, I really like the BDLs, how they played early game. They have the Fanny, they have the ability to be aggressive. On top of the fact that EXP lane's already going to have an easier lane, as we pointed out in the beginning, because they picked the counter pick, right? Lapu is one of the strongest laners in the game, but not as strong as your counter, which is Esmeralda. He doesn't really care about your damage. Going to stay on top of you and just get infinite shield. So this is one of the really good drafts coming up from BDLs. Like I said in the beginning, it seems a little bit too early on the Claude. It might seem a little bit too early even on the Fanny, but they actually run it up with a more, should I say, all-around draft. I really like the strategy coming from BT Odds, but now you can see both EXP lanes still at level 3 at the first turtle, and now it's a delayed turtle fight, should I say.
Yeah, the Valley's gonna, I think they're really just gonna wait for that level 4, level 5 power spike. Once best player gets that ultimate, which Shark has a Newman on blast, they're gonna be able to contest this a little bit more. You know, you brought up something really interesting with that EXP lane. I think it's so funny. Lapu's like one of the top EXP laners, and Esmeralda has dropped to like the bottom of the list. But it's funny how she is still like one of the almost, wait a second. Milo taking a lot of damage. Foe does not want to give this up. He's gonna go in, and out comes the cutthroat. First blood going to the side to beat the odds. Luckily, Yureshi does pick up something at the turtle pit, finding Lucas, so putting the kill into his pocket. This could help him a little bit in the XP lane. Turtle still up.
Oh, but I gotta say, Yureshi though, you know, with the Fanny aggression, Yureshi just went in and popped off. Oh, before we get into that, Serbasi looking for a little aggression of his own.
Newman on blast, does catch the stun. This could be bad for Serbasi. Serbasi goes down. World Manipulation does come out. Turtle still low. Foe should be able to take it. So that is a good pick, but you're actually trying to get the stun. Does find it. Lucas taking a lot of damage. Will go down, and Foe does not want to engage on that one. It's 3 against 1, so it's a 2-for-0 trade, but the Turtle does go to the side of Beat the Odds.
Oh my god, Yureshi the star. Should I say, bottom side though. Just a little trade.
Oh my god.
Fanny?
That is disgusting, Dave. A nice play by Basic. Flickers in with the torn apart memories of Foe able to pick up some pieces.
I gotta say, the Valley in this particular game, they're shining on the side lane, right? Even though with the counter pick from Esmeralda, but Serbasi is not able to find the right engage timer, where Yureshi, every time he goes in, somebody dies, and the somebody is right now 100% Lucas, right? He has found Lucas I think he one-on-one Lucas one time before the turtle, and then he 1v2, 1v3, and still killed Lucas after the turtle. Yureshi is gonna be the game changer here. I mean, even though Serbasi have the stronger lane supposedly, but before we talk about that, here we go. Another kill from Foe.
That was a nice cutthroat on the best player. Foe's on fire. I mean, 3-0-1. We're seeing like some of the pivotal players right now for each team. Yureshi, like you said, 2-0-2, making plays happen. Foe, on the other hand, also being highly aggressive, and he's being aggressive to the right person, best player. You put that, I mean, Leomord, his time to shine is the first 10 minutes, right? He gets that steamroll, and with this being 0-2, it's going to be a tough game for him.
It definitely is going to be a tough game. But again, I think the highlight for the Valley is going to be the silent basics doing a phenomenal job, right? Same as Yureshi is doing a phenomenal job, even in a disadvantageous lane. And that really spells trouble for the side of BD Odds. But they have a lot of aggression here, and then the aggression is spilling into every single lane. Even the bottom lane, they had, you know, one-on-one loss from basic solo killing the Claude, but they're still pressuring. They're getting some gold plates, and that's going to help the Claude's farm. Look, top side, a little bit more skirmish here from Foe. I don't think he's gonna find any kill. Yureshi is so tanky.
Not against Yureshi. That man's a monster right now. And he's doing his job so well. Like back in the day when Farza was like the mage, Lapu was like the major counter pick to that. Once that ultimate comes out, you just bravest fighter in, you get the stun, and Yureshi knows that. And he's playing this hero right now, textbook against the composition of Beat the Odds. A nice hook though, does land on a super shark. Bloody Hunt comes in, Feathered Airstrike comes down, but in comes Yureshi once again, trying to get the stun, forcing the wings by wings out of Lucas. Gina God mode with the Blazing Duet, trying to take down Shark, doesn't get the Newman on blast down. So a nice counterplay from Beat the Odds there, able to take out one and keep the turtle on the map.
Wow, a beautiful rotation there from the Marksman Gina. You know, and that's one of the last person you expect to rotate the turtle fight, especially on the opposite side of the map. And he did it without losing anything on the bottom side, right? The tower wasn't going down. Before that, in the turtle pit,
yeah, Yureshi with the bravest fighter, does miss it. Foe able to pick up the turtle. Best player down to about 70% health. Foe does not want to stop, gonna move in on to Milo. Serbasi picks up that kill though. Yureshi now forced to kind of walk away here. Beat the Odds doesn't want to force the fight. They got a kill, they got the turtle, and now they're almost 3K gold ahead here.
Wow, who says NA didn't have Fanny players? You know, look at Foe, right? This guy is 3-0-2, just bringing havoc all across the map. This is the thing about the entire side of BD Odds. They have a lot of dive, and on top of the fact, their dive is really mobile, right? They don't have to rely on anyone else. Fanny can go dive by himself. Esmeralda is only skilling further and further into the game, only going to skill scarier and scarier into the game. So everybody who dives seems really scary. The only person who need to watch out really for the positioning is going to be the far side, right? If Lucas really watch out for the bravest fighter whenever he goes in, I think Beat the Odds looking to be really strong when we get to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, the moment they went into that orange buff in the first minute or so, and they play, you know, when you have the Franco, when you have a Farza who has possible stun and decent laning phase damage, and then you have the Fanny paired up with that, they knew what the assignment was, they completed it, and they just started laying in. And everyone has to be careful around that Franco early on, especially in tight spots like the jungle, right? If a hook lands, you're dead. So they knew that, they took advantage of that, and Beat the Odds right now is feeding off that. They've got a nice gold lead. They've secured every neutral objective so far. And if they can keep up this pace, game one could definitely go to them.
Yeah, I think Trax, you're absolutely right. Even we saw the toe neck on the Franco landed a hook onto Shark, right? One of the tankiest person on the map right now, building full tank, obviously. And even Shark wasn't surviving Farsa's damage. And this is not even to late game to Farsa, right? Farsa just finished one item, Clock of Destiny, barely into Lightning Truncheon. So, like, as we scale, this only gets worse for the Valley, right? I mean, everybody's squishy on their side, and they're going to get dove pretty easily. Speaking of dove, top side, bottom lane.
Oh my god, that was quick. Just instantly deleted. Best player goes down, but the fight pursues down under the tower. Torn apart memories goes off. Oh, Super Shark with the Bulwark shield after attack. A beautiful pick off on the top back there. You know, those are the plays that you gotta love here, Dave.
Absolutely. Those sort of kills you never expect to happen, but it does. I mean, I really thought Franco got away. Actually, when Basic landed the torn apart memory, it seems like he would have got the kill, but Franco walked through. I was like, okay, that's it. And the Shark's skill 2 somehow landed. That was pretty interesting. But at the same time, though, it seemed like a well-positioned dove from the side of Beat the Odds, right? Fanny already got a kill on the jungler, but the problem was they ran out of energy. So when Fanny ran away, already walked away from the bottom tier 1, that's the time we know you have to withdraw the aggression. And yet we saw from the side of Beat the Odds, they still kept on going with it, especially without a Franco landing a hook. And that really was problematic for them. You saw how much damage. You got to respect the torn apart memory at this point, right? If you just can't stay there and tank off 4 stacks and expect to be fine. Because Brody's auto attack hurts. If it gets you to like 40% health, that doesn't matter who you are or not at this point. 1-0, you're gone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just have the replay in my mind of that after attack from Alita slowly moving through the air and taking out Tonic. Most definitely. I mean, the Valley, we can't count them out, right? Like, I mean, It's only a 2K gold lead. We're still mid-game. Fanny does eventually fall off. It's going to be a while. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to see Best Player really pop off on this Leomord. But if maybe he might, I want to take a look at those items when we get back and see if he's changed his mind maybe. Let's go a bit more bulky instead of just building into those first 2 core damage items. That way you can kind of be a front line for your team, still cause some disturbance with your ultimate, the knockups and all that type of stuff. So maybe something can happen there. And then Fanny may not be as threatening as we move into the mid and late game. But if Beat the Odds can continue it, they still have plenty of opportunities when they get into the late game. They still have the Farza, they still have the Claude, so it's not going to be easy for Valley to crawl out of this hole in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, like, what's interesting for Best Player on Leomord at this time, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he builds tanky, like, how fast is going to ramp up this tanky item compared to how fast Fanny is going to ramp up more of like those penetration items, right? Because we know Fanny is getting like a really good game right now. He's like 4-0-2. He's having the best time of his life in this particular game. So like if Fanny gets more farm, he's only going to skill faster and better than the Leomord. So Leomord right now is like, do I build damage? If I build damage, I can't build faster than Fanny. Do I build tanky? Even if I build tanky, can I build enough in short period amount of time to be meaningful in the next skirmish, right? So right now he just doesn't know what to build. That's why Leomord is a character in particular series like this. If you're not snowballing, like you correctly pointed out, this character needs to snowball. And because Beat the Odds disrupted that snowball in the early game with Invade, right? Because their EX feeling was winning. You have Asmara coming in, make sure everybody's zoned away. And they were doing such a good job, making sure Leomord doesn't stop any sort of snowball at all, that right now player is not sure. You gotta feel for Best Player. I mean, what do I do, right? Like if you're in his shoes, you just don't know.
It's true. And then you pair that up, right? You pair that up with Basic on this Brody, who is another hero who you kind of need to capitalize on early game gold to try to get that Blade of Despair in or something big off rip so you can have that damage. And with the pace that the Valley has taken, not being able to hit that initial spike that they want, it's just gonna make this uphill battle that much harder. And the thing is Beat the Odds, they have the early game damage with the Fanny, but they also have that late game security with their ADC in the gold lane, having that Claude and everything. I mean, and then Farza to top it all off. I think you mentioned it in the very beginning of the game. So much is going to come down to Yureshi here. He's the only one on the Valley right now that really hasn't taken any big shots, and that can, even if he dies once here, he can still be a threat. So it's going to come down to if he can make some big plays happen for his team that the rest of them can follow up on.
Absolutely, right? Yureshi is going to be the key to victory, number one. Number two, for the Valley, we definitely cannot count them out. Like, we see it many times, like time after time in M4, where a team would be 5,000-6,000 goal behind. They win one team fight with better execution, with better number advantage, right? Somehow they catch you 5 versus 4, right? When they catch you a silent split pushing, they take a decisive fight, decisive dove on your bottom tier 1 tower, and it got a one team fight, that will even up the entire playing field. You know, everything will be even up after that. So, and especially Valley has a composition that can do that. You know how you have big setup from Numenon's Blast, and you have big damage come from Leomore, come from Brody, you know, come from the Eve with the utility. So, and obviously was Yureshi cutting the backline. This guy, he doesn't have the ability called cutthroat, but he can cut your throat, right? He can get you the backline if the setup was right. And he has been doing that the entire game, right? Getting the Lucas, getting the Farsa. So if you can do that more often in combination with Lolita's ultimate, I think this might be a game that they can potentially come back from. It just all comes down to one team fight. Can they find it? Can they have that setup in mind?
Yeah, and so for Beat the Odds, for them to continue winning this game, I think when it comes down to the Lord, it's gonna be very important on their positioning, right? Because they're gonna need to watch out for Yureshi. They're gonna need to watch out for those Numenon blasts from Shark. Those are like the two big problems that they have to deal with when they approach these big team fights, you know, around the 8, 12, 15 minute mark here and there. So as long as Claude and Farza can be at a safe spot, or if they can try to get that, you know, that one hero pick off before a Lord fight with Totnak, you know, using that Franco, those are going to be very important things for Beat the Odds. That's going to be their kind of keys to victory here. And as long as they can approach Lord fights correctly, then I think they can take it.
Yeah, and at this point, they have so much burst damage already in store, should I say, to actually just throw out anytime they want. If they want to set up a play, right, they have the mask, they have the conceal play anytime they want to. With Franco, at this point, with Claude, with Fanny, anytime they land it all, doesn't matter if you land the hook. If you just go in flicker or just like the conceal play, that person will be dead. And if whoever that dies, if it doesn't matter Lolita, the Leomord, that's a huge dub for the setup for the side of Beat the Odds. So I mean, this is really Beat the Odds game to lose, but at the same time, Valley should not give up. And speaking of Beat the Odds game to lose, here we go, best player.
He's gonna let him walk away with that one. Foe's like, all right, you're good. You got the horse shot, but look at Yureshi hiding out in this bush. I love his positioning on this. He's already cut the lane. He's just waiting. He's patient. He knows his job. He's going to come back here to the bottom side, continue to cut this lane. But the thing is Sir Bossy's doing the same exact thing, and both the XP laners just playing to their maximum capabilities here.
Yeah. Oh, bottom side. The conceal play.
Basic smells it. He smells it in the air right now. He knows it's coming. He's like, I'm not falling for this one, guys. I'm not falling for this one.
Yeah, and you gotta give Yureshi credit, right? A lot of it, him knowing is because of Yureshi, but before that, Trax.
Oh, Shark taking a lot of damage. Foe's gonna finish that one off. Eve able to do nothing here. Basic's gonna just go back to base. He knows the threat's there, but down under the purple buff. Sir Bossy harassing best player. He's able to secure his buff, but still, just the constant pressure on him, Dave.
Ooh, so much pressure. You know they're there, but there's nothing you can do about it. Same as mid, right? I mean, Eve, we know he's most likely dead. After we come out from this pause, the pause is only delaying the inevitable.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet he's dead or not?
Yeah, 30 push-ups at home, off cam. You have to take my words for it. Yes. Yeah, but it's definitely, he's trying to survive. He have to pop the ultimate, but it seems like at this point, Foe is not letting go, right? Like, he has so much burst damage. That's what we're talking about. Whoever Franco lands the ultimate, the Bloody Hound, that person is not escaping the fate. And I think Beat the Odds is doing such a good job synergizing, right? Every time Franco ulted, the damage followed up. It's not like he ulted by himself. The only time he ulted by himself was at the turtle fight when Leomord was running out, was 1 HP, and he actually just pursued in a blood hunt onto the Leomord. He killed the Leomord. He died for it, but I think it's a well worth trade, right? A support to keep on stopping the Leomord, to keep on stopping from farming. So that was well worth trade. Every other ultimate, it had a lot of damage follow up. So it was just really good execution from BT Odds. They have this synergy, as we mentioned, it's one of the few teams from the last season, NACT, the NCT Fall, the M4 qualifier, all the way until now, that didn't really change the roster that much. They stick together, they play together as a team, as friends, and then it's showing, you know, the benefit of that.
Most definitely. Now, I think at this point, right, so BTR just keeps on getting these pickoffs here and there. They're moving as a unit, they're grouped together. At least 4 of them are almost always around the same spot. I'm wondering if the Valley just needs to maybe sacrifice some of those outer towers, because you know they're going to lose some of their off lanes if they decide to group together. But if they don't start grouping together, they're going to continue to get picked off, and the snowball is just going to get worse and worse, right? So I think at this point, Valley needs to maybe turtle up a bit more, move around as a unit a bit more, and just they're going to lose some of that outer onion is going to start peeling off a bit, and they might get pushed down to their tier 2s, maybe even inhibitors. But if they continue down this road, it's going to, I mean, the deal's already sealed.
Yeah, it's basically smoking over 30 years. So it's it's what that is, right? So I mean, like no judgment against anyone with smoke, actually. Anyway, coming back to this game, it's basically you're absolutely right. At this point, they have to give up something to look for something else, you know, like they have to trade. But the setup has to be more extensive than just, okay, minions here now, let's go. It has to be like the next wave's coming in like 30 seconds. Mid lane, come to this bush, Shark in the other bush, let's set up for a super Numenon's Blast and get ready for the dive. It has to be more extensive than like a 5-second setup. Because if you do a 5-second setup, BT Odds will know, right, exactly where you are. They're doing like a mirror matchup right now. Esmeralda is providing a lot of vision on the top side, you know, and Yureshi is doing the exact same. That's why just now you saw how careful Basic was, right, hiding on the tower. The same thing for the side of BT Odds. They know exactly how many people they're dealing with on that side of the map for both teams. So it's more of a battle of wit, right? How smart you are, how much more ahead can you think ahead of your opponent in this next step for the Valley. They have to set up more extensively 30-40 seconds ahead, and that's probably their win condition.
Yeah, and another big problem for the Valley right now is, as well as like they can't, like Shark can't really bush check right now, right? Like because like what we just saw, he goes into the bush, Franco hits him with the Bloody Hunt. It's a good pickoff for Beat the Odds. They don't have to get a high priority hero at this point. They can take out Shark 100 times and it's still a good pick. So again, Valley, they're gonna just have to step back a bit, because if they play aggressive at this point in the game, it's gonna be their own demise, right? So take a step back, lose some towers, stop pausing the game, and I'm just joking, guys. I'm sure there's some technical difficulties, you know, whatever, but yeah, Beat the Odds definitely on a slow win. For those that don't know, this is a best of 7, so we definitely can't count the Valley out. Do you think in the next game that Fanny's just off the table for either team?
I think so. I really think so. Like, Fanny early game is too strong. Fanny is a level 2 character, you know, and so far, like at this point, it's so hard to invade at first blue, right? Like it's absolutely impossible. Oh, he lived.
He does 30 push-ups, yo.
Oh my God, why are you so good at memorizing? That's problematic. Yeah, but at the same time, like that, I think you have to give credit to Foe for being so nice. You know, probably they're friends. Mielo and Foe, they just know each other, and then coming out from a pause is you gotta give them credit.
He did the good sportsmanship thing.
Yeah, the good sportsmanship. You know. Anyways, on the top side, a little bit of collapse.
Zerbasi, you gonna try to get away from this? Milo maybe able to get the slow. Worldwind Village comes out. Totnak with the big hook. Zerbasi does go down though, but a nice bloody hunt onto Shark. Lucas also here to help out. Gina Instinct picking up a tower on the boss side, but Foe is gonna come in a little bit late, but right when he needs to. Gonna try to lock onto Shark. Another hook lands down. Cutthroat finally comes out and a monster kill goes to the side of Foe. He's gonna keep it rolling. He's gonna keep it moving. Finds the double. Best player might be next on the list. Foe wants to mark him off, get the check. Best player very low, it's a 1v1, and best player finally getting the better of the situation. It's a 3-for-2 trade, the Valley comes out on top.
Well, you gotta say that's not only getting better off the situation. He gets the shutdown, 7 kills. That's like what, 600 gold? I mean, that's the gold that he needs right now. This guy is 2 levels behind, and you gotta say probably like 3,000 gold just like from a jungler perspective alone. So with that 700 gold, like that's gonna be really helpful. And on top of that, it's gonna probably give a team 1,000 gold, if not more, right? If like total gold differences, that one fight alone, the gold difference shrank to less than 2,000 gold differences now. You know, so it's definitely a good trade for the side of the Valley. Even though initially looked good for the side of BD odds, but I gotta say they play a little bit. This is the time when they make the mistakes. It's called the 10,000 gold difference curse, right? It's when you have so much advantage and then teams start trolling, and when you're trolling, that's when you're slipping. That's when you're tripping. Now speaking of tripping, this is a 4v5 from BD odds. Oh, you actually.
Ooh, that was a big whiff on that ultimate, and that is a utility down. Foe's gonna come in, road manipulation comes out. Best player secures the lord. That is a nice play. Foe goes down to basic. This could be bad for Beat the Odds. A big whiff on the hook. Totnet goes down. Basic is online with the double kill. Serbasi trying to pick things up. Gina finds one, but then Gina goes down. It's a 4-for-1 trade. Serbasi under the tower has taken out Mila. Is he gonna go for more? Serbasi waiting it out. Ureshi is here. Dives under the tower with the Neuron Blast. Gonna get stunned. Tower shot. Bossy down. That is a rough play, and the curse comes true. You called it, ladies and gentlemen. Dave, how'd you know it was gonna happen?
Has happened so many times, you know. We call it 10,000 gold curse for the team. This is the time we really have to buckle down and play the disciplined move. It's one of those moves we call it in chess. The enemy the opponent know you're gonna do this, but you have to put them in a position where they know you're gonna do this, but there's nothing they can do to retaliate, right? However, from Beat the Odds, it's one of those like. That's the difference between NA region, I guess, compared to the rest of the world. The team is not disciplined enough at this juncture to really buckle down, to really say, hey, let's play the right move. All right, and then this is probably the next step for NA. If you want to have any chance to go to the global stage, go into like the M5 or whatnot, is to really buck down on the basic stuff, on the discipline stuff, right? And they can do that, obviously. In this game, we've seen that very often the team just really need to, stop trolling. And speaking of stop trolling, here we go.
That comes in, but the airstrike comes down. Timed up with a beautiful falling star move of basic. Once again, chipping away from the side. Torn apart memories goes off, and Bossy's the next to fall. Nice hook lands on a super shark, but Lucas misses the stun. Reshi on the backside, looking for Gina. Under the tower, takes 2 shots, brought down to about 30%. Real world manipulation does come out. Tognac forces a flicker. Hook comes out, misses. Foe wants to enter in, but he gets stopped up, stunned, locked down. Foe gonna go. That is a rough play. Foe biting off a bit more than he can chew as we move into the late stage, and this can happen with the Fanny. You got to be careful because now the gold is even. He's not going to be as much as a threat as he used to be.
Wow, this is definitely a Shark move right there. I mean, Shark deserve credit in that particular dash. Oh, here we go. A little bit of damage here, but you actually should be able to get away. And back to what I was saying regarding Shark. Oh, well, before that, here we go.
They don't want to let you talk, man. They don't want to let it happen. But wait a second, Gina with the Blazing Duet, able to find 1, possibly 2. Yes, Gina finds Milo. Super Shark goes down next. But Foe and Tognac still off the map. Beat the Odds in Valley right now at a standstill.
Ooh, interesting game so far. Back to what I was saying regarding Shark. I mean, Foe probably thought he was invincible, knowing that there's no like really big single target CC from the side of Valley. But he flew in with like half a second pause. The second he was standing there thinking about, okay, should I go for this or that target? The half a second was long enough for Shark to land to initiate with the stun, right, with the skill 1, and that chained with the next is just a really good play. Really fast reflexes from Shark. At the same time, it was just show you how intense these matches are, right? Like a half a second delay in your thinking process, half a second delay in your execution can be deadly sometimes. But a good turnaround from BD Odds. At this point, let's take a look at items, right? Every single person, look at it gold-wise. Fanny is still ahead, but not that much anymore. Barely like 600 gold lead compared to Leo Moore. That's like nothing 14 minutes into the game. So it's 5v5 at the Lord right here. Let's see who initiates first.
Yeah, something to also look at. Bo went for more of that utility build, only picked up the Malefic Roar. I think he had a feeling he knew this game was going to drag out a bit. They knew that Valley's an opponent. Here comes a concealed play, lots of damage on Totnak. Gonna get stuck inside of the road manipulation, but now Milo not able to get anyone else. So Bossy gonna take advantage of that, coming in with the falling Star Moon. You're actually still got the bravest fighter out, but it's gonna get suppressed by that bloody hunt. Not a whole lot of damage. Foe coming in. You're actually finds Gina though. Gina diving way too deep, and now best player just coming into this party has the ultimate out. Gonna try to get the knock up, but they've won the Lord Pit, taking out the major damage source of Beat the Odds. I'm wondering if Beat the Odds is gonna try to contest this. My guess is no.
Oh my god. And your guess is 100% right. They're not going to contest this at all. If Beat the Odds know, like at this point, the odds is not to be beaten, so they decided to walk away. Which is the right move, to be honest, right? Because they don't have Gina, don't have the main damage source. At the same time, Gina played just a little bit odd over there, right? I mean, it shouldn't have walked in knowing the entire team there. He 100% know, right? They just backed away from a possible engage that Totnak was running away from. So he walked into 4 people, thinking that he can get his ult off. Even Fanny wasn't able to survive flying in the 4 people. We just saw that. Right, so definitely a little bit of over-aggression there coming out from Gina. Could have waited just a half a second longer, and it could have turned into their benefit. At the same time, I feel like Beat the Odds is losing their momentum in this particular game, right? I mean, they have the Fanny, and what is Fanny really good for? Split push, right? It's better than anyone else. They could have pressured top side, come into the Lord fight with a better positioning, with a better lane situation, but they decided to force a Lord fight, especially Gina with the positioning, with aggression, and it's not paying out. Speaking of not paying out, in the mid lane, Trax.
Speaking of positioning as well, Totnak gonna get caught up under the tower, gonna get stunned and taken down. Immortality pops, but I don't think they care about those tower shots. Totnak goes down. Sir Bossy now trying to fend back Foe. Once again, gonna go into the midst of everyone, all alone. It will be taken out. It's a double kill going to best player. He's gonna make up some of those missed deaths from the early game, and now the towers are crumbling. Lord's still on the map. The Valley pushing in on to Beat the Odds. Lord's about to make the crash onto this inhibitor. It is not an enhance, so I don't think it's gonna make the full crash. You're actually diving a little bit too deep. We'll get the stun though. Job completed, and you're actually walks away unscathed. Gina now alone. Lord does finally go down, but the Valley got what they came for.
Oh my god, Ureshi in this game. Oh, not another pause. At the same time, Ureshi in this game is just absolutely popping off. Oh, when I say not another pause, I was just trying to be like, I wasn't literal. We're actually not pausing for that. But anyways, that was interesting for Ureshi. I gotta say, like, this guy's positioning, how he targets, how he pick his target has been probably one of the best in North America. You know, you see how he plays every single team fight. He's not rushing into dive into the back line. He's not rushing into like, oh, I have to go in 1 versus 4. And that's what we see from Beat the Odds the entire last 5 minutes, right? You got Fanny going in 1v5, Claude trying to go in 1v5. Fanny actually trying to go in 1v5 like many times now. But look at Ureshi. This guy is calm, is collected. And the one time when Claude was trying to go to the backline, this is the one time he didn't go for Lucas. Instead, he was saving his skill for Gina. And I think this is the character, this is the player that's gonna save the game. And he's proven it. This guy's 4-0 and 10 on Lapu in the game where they were like 5,000 goals behind.
Yeah, and another, Beat the Odds. Wait a second. Nice hook does come on a shark there. Foe pretty deep again, taking a lot of shots. Torn apart memories goes off, and he finds Foe at a huge distance. Ureshi now also coming in once again around the flank every single time. The hook lands, but luckily the CC gets nullified thanks to the bravest fighter. Beat the Odds continues to just be split up during these team fights. And early on, they were a lot more grouped, but now the Valley's kind of tightened up a bit, and they are now the one playing it so well. Gina Instinct, and I don't think she's going to take anyone out here, but he does do some nice damage. Feathered Airstrike comes down, but not able to get the finish. This is looking a little rough for Beat the Odds.
Yeah, beautiful job. Beautiful timing there from Mielo. Nice reaction time. Actually, when we were in Jakarta, Mielo was telling me that, Dave, trust me, I'm one of the best players in NA, if not the best. I think this guy is living up to his words. Reaction time was really, really good. He knew he has nowhere to go, and he popped the ultimate accurately to use the shield. And obviously, that kind of give Farsa the understanding, the calculation on the damage, how much damage he needed to do in order to kill the Eve, and that was a really good play from Yellow side. Let's take a look at his dive tracks.
Yeah, the Lord is coming in. You're actually, speaking of dives, going to move in onto Lucas. Put a lot of damage down on the rest of the team. Will get immobilized. Immortality posture. Urashi may go down, but Sir Bossy falls first. Lord finally connected on to the Nexus. Big blazing duet comes in, trying to clear it, but the Valley are going to be able to take that base with a beautiful return sweep on game 1. The Valley started off on this best of 7.
What a nice comeback, you know? I think during the pauses, we analyzed the both side win conditions, like how they could come back for the side of Valley and how can BT Odds win. And Valley actually definitely lived up to the situation, but a little bit differently from what we anticipated to happen, right? Valley actually, what they did is capitalize on the mistakes that BT Odds made throughout the whole game, especially the last 5 minutes. I mean, going to the next game, I think BT Odds had the momentum. They really need to tighten up the late game rotations, right? Understanding what they need to do, what the objectives are, and play to those objectives. So instead of running around like headless chickens, you know, and that's exactly what happened in the last 5 minutes. So a beautiful play from the Valley, nice comeback, but still BT Odds, what a showing in this game 1.
Definitely what is showing an insane way to finish off match 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting the Valentine Dash, and currently on day 4, the grand finals, the Valley taking game 1 over BT Odds, and definitely a late game, 19 minutes in, matter of fact. A couple of pauses were in the way. There's a little bit of lag difficulty for the side of the Valley, but looks like they were able to get it situated, and with that, they were able to take game 1. But like Dave kind of mentioned, the side of BT Odds definitely knowing what to do at certain times of these engagements. The late game kind of had a little bit of a weaker presence, and I think that's where the Valley kind of capitalized. But overall, both these teams, high elo, high meta, and definitely a high hero pool. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they progress throughout today's grand finals. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the MLSA is hosting their first ever tournament, with first place receiving a total cash prize of $700 US. 16 teams competed for this, and now on to the grand finals of Valley and BT Odds. The prize pool for first place is 25,000 diamonds provided by Moonton. Second through fourth place will get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and 5th through 8th place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. I'm just excited to see, as we are looking at the Valley go up against BT Odds. Match 1 was very, very intense, but it does not stop there, as we are going to be embarking into a game 2. So the polls are up there. Definitely place who you guys think will take it. Are we going to see BT Odds be able to even out the scoreboard, or are we going to see the Valley try and formulate that snowball and get a possible sweep? Don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys for game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end.
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley. It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your hand? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are officially hosting our first ever tournament, the Valentine Dash. As we do close the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2, we've officially partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams a chance to compete for a total cash prize of $700 US. Not to mention, Moonton pitching an insane diamond prize pool for first place, receiving 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place, we get a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place, we get a total of 10,000 diamonds. And it does not just stop there. Some of the biggest teams in North America currently competing in this tournament. And now, as we do see the bracket, all these hard fought battles, you've seen the Valley and you've seen Beat the Odds take all of their matches with a sweep. And currently looking at the grand finals, we are looking at the Valley up against Beat the Odds. Both of these teams competing in a best of 7, and currently the Valley leading the way, taking game 1. And now both of these teams are getting ready to embark back inside of the Land of the Dawn for game 2. And the question of the day is, are we going to see the Valley take another one and have a huge momentum boost? Or are we going to see Beat the Odds even out the odds in their favor? Joined on the desk, we have the one, the only Raz, the one who single-handedly, primarily, gave this insane cash prize pool to be able to make this event possible. And you got to make sure you guys thank him over there as all these teams are competing. As Raza donated $500 to this, and you definitely can't let that go unnoticed. He will be on the analyst today doing some, breaking some items, some keys to victory, and I'll also be the play-by-play. So definitely buckle up as we are getting ready to embark inside of the draft. How you doing today, Raz?
Good, and how are you today?
I'm good, man. Yeah, how you feel? This is your first time casting. So I appreciate you being on the desk. Two really big teams. You got the Valley, you got Beat the Odds. You seen game 1. How'd you kind of feel about that?
I really like the early game aggression with Fanny on Beat the Odds. But as Dave does said, Fanny does kind of follow from mid to end game, and they did make a really good comeback, which I was very, very surprised about. But we would like to see if Beat the Odds would go with the Fanny pick again, but as they see, they did do the Fanny picks to make sure that best player doesn't get the Fanny pick. But who knows, we may see these new meta. Hopefully they do ban the meta mages, because mages in early game can be very, very, put their team at a good advantage, early rotation, and basically like that.
Yeah, you definitely make some good points. The Fanny, right? Into the hands of best player. We've seen him dominate and soar his way with the steel cables up to the grand finals. And definitely can't go unnoticed. And they are going to go ahead and ban that out. Speaking of bans, though, Kasha being taken off the board as well for the side of Beat the Odds, which is going to create the opportunity for possible another assassin to be slotted. Maybe a Hayabusa, maybe a Ling on the way, possibly. Or even some of these meta picks that are currently still walking in this draft. You still have the Joy, who is available, that it really only falls short to suppression from that Kaja or Franco with that Bloody Hunt. But you know what else is on the table? Glue. Glue is definitely a viable pickup, and same with the carry. We've seen Basic pick up that carry from time to time and show you the power of those speedy light wheels. So definitely some great options on the board, and we got to see what they want to kind of take out of the draft to finish out the first ban phase.
In my own opinion, I would want to take out the carry because we all know carry laning phase is very, very dangerous, especially the late game phase. Once she gets her 3 core items, she can just basically build tank and almost be unstoppable because she does do melt down a lot of the tank metas, basically any tank in the game. And as you do see, and they do go for the glue pick, which has a really good domination in the early game phase. Oh, and they also do get the new meta pick with Eve, and they do take the carry.
Definitely some strong picks on the board so far, right? You're seeing that 5x5 Lucas over there with this Eve, that manipulation going down to control a whole zone of the map. Not to mention Gina picking up this carry. Gotta watch out, as carry is one of those heroes who can burst down anybody in front of her path. But there we go. Best player realizing that Hayabusa is not on the table. They've locked in the glue, and now they're gonna lock in an assassin. Maybe even pick up the Franco, right? Let Yureshi run this glue in the XP to give them a strong front line, a little bit of CC. And if they take the Franco, they don't have to worry about any more suppression unless the side of BTI is gonna go ahead and pick up a Saber. But no, looks like Super Shark gonna go ahead and pick up what he's kind of known for, one of these strong picks in the land of the Dawn for North America, taking up this Lolita.
That is good, you know. I did see his Lolita is very good, you know. Comfort hero picking is very good to help with your team victory gap. And we do see here how Sir Bossy did go for the Yuzong, which is really good, you know, to lane against the Yuzong. And we do see them banning actually the Fred, which is, you know, how they still have not gotten their jungle yet. So, you know, get that early aggression with Fred, because Fred is a really good tank jungle at the moment.
Yeah, he definitely makes some great points. That Fredrin has been banned out. That walk and petrify, very hard to work with on these neutral objectives. And we are seeing the side of BTI still needing a jungler, right? They have their XP lane, they have their marksman, and they also have their mage, but we need to see their roam and we need to see their jungle. And taking out that Fredrin, definitely not the worst option. But speaking of options on the board, right? Something we don't typically see inside of the MLSA recently was the Martis, but looks like the Valley, realizing that anti-CC with the Motor Core is too much to deal with, is gonna go ahead and take him down as well. And Foe is gonna go ahead and pick up this Akai.
That's really good for the Akai because, you know, if they were to try to contest Turtle, we do have the Akai with the heavy spin to hopefully back up or scare the Hayabusa from going in with the shadows, trying to take it, and hopefully zoning up the Lord or then the Turtle to secure hopefully the Turtle in the early game.
Yeah, he definitely makes some great points. And if you're looking at the side of the Valley, right, they need a marksman, but I'm wondering if they're gonna go with since this is basic picking up the Lunox, it's primarily gonna put that inside of the gold lane. Not the worst option. We've seen it kind of a little bit more used overseas, and that's going to put a lot of magic damage burst for the side of the Valleys. Milo's going to go ahead and pick up this Lilia as well. A very solid pick, especially when that manipulation goes down by Lucas. You can use the black shoes to get away, not to mention when you're in that tricky situation, you can still get all that health back and kind of use the black shoes to escape all of these engagements. So I am liking the draft so far from the Valley. It definitely works in theory, especially with basic on this Lunox. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of an upscale battle for Lucas, right? I'm kind of worried about when that manipulation does go down. Not only do you have the Eve who can kind of dive in, give some group CC with the Numenon Blast, but you also have Hayabusa, right? The quad shadow to be able to get to the back line, completely get out of that 5x5, and then you also have Lunox with the brilliance to be able to not even take any damage inside of it and escape with that flicker. Not to mention Milo with the black shoes over there on this Lily, and I see a lot of answers. Speaking of answers, it looks like the side of Beat the Odds finalize their drafts, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping into match 2. This is the grand finals for the Valentine Dash. Currently joined with me on the desk, I have the one, the only Rash, who self-handedly provided this amazing cash prize to be able to make this tournament possible. So definitely a huge shout out to you, and hope to see a great match. Game 1 was insane. Right, it went to late game, 19 minutes, back and forth. Definitely wasn't a one-sided story, and I'm hoping to see the same thing as we are getting ready for Game 2.
You know, they did secure the Rafaela, which is actually really good. You know, she does provide the heals. Not only does she provide heals, she also provides a little bit of speed boost, which could be crucial in any team fight and engagement and disengagement.
Yeah, you definitely make a valid point over there. The disengagement and the engagement. And right now, as these teams are getting ready to go in, a couple of keys to victory on the board, right? Getting carry online. We know if Gina can find the way, he's definitely going to have the will to be able to close this game out. They have a late game damage dealer on their side. And speaking of late game damage dealers, looking at the Valley, right? They have the early game potential, but it could be an upscale battle if BT Odds takes advantage of the early phase. But speaking of upscale battles, like we said, it's going to be dependent on Lucas, right? With these manipulations go down, he has a lot to work against, as you have best player with the quad shadow on this Hayabusa to kind of find his way into him with that Ouija shadow kill, and definitely need to be a little careful as they do fight over these neutral objectives.
Yeah, when they're fighting over these neutral objectives, though, they do need to be careful, though. When they are fighting these team fights, they have to be careful when it comes to these grouped fights, right? They do have the 5v5 potential coming in from both sides, but they also have to be careful from each person, right? We do have both backline mages, but with that Rafaela coming in with the healing, is able to kind of push through and give support. But hold on, looks like a possible clash coming into the mid lane.
Heavy engagement over there on the top side. Petrify has been activated. The shot essence was best player is going to take down Sir Bossy. Totenak taking out Shark. That is one member down for each side. Some early aggression, only 1 minute in, but an eye for an eye. Both sides picking up a kill.
Yeah, looks like both sides had a good draft coming in from both sides here. We do see good pickups coming in from both sides, but I do see a little bit of a mid-trade going on between both sides here. Looks like, ooh, speaking of kills, I do see Glue picking up a kill on that, who is that foe on that Akai? Very nice kill, but looks like the Valley has a little bit of advantage and a little bit of invade coming in from best player being able to take those spells, but hold on, looks like a possible clash coming from Yureshi.
You do see the slam going in, quad shadow activated, go ahead and try and stack up some damage, getting out just in time though, just a little bit of poking damage right there, but like you kind of mentioned, foe falling on this Akai super early, definitely not what you want. It's gonna kind of stop him from hitting this level 4. A huge momentum boost for the side of the Valley to take this first neutral objective, as Turtle has spawned in. And speaking of objectives, Sir Bossy 2v1 situation, a lot of pressure right now for the side of the Valley, and you're seeing a little bit of a harder time on the response by Beat the Odds.
Looks like both teams are now starting to get the momentum in, but looks like the Turtle has been into the favor of the Valley here. So it looks like best player is just trying to get his momentum back up on that Haya, being able to get the buffs in check, right? We do know that both buffs are crucial for both of these junglers. We do see that both junglers are doing pretty well right now. We do see best player on Haya getting 1 kill, but foe kind of still looking for an answer, coming in with a death though currently in the early game, but looks like a possible clash coming down to the bot lane. Looks like a lot of pressure coming into the carry, but looks like they're going to respectfully back up. A hold down looks like a possible thing, but I don't know. The thing is, like, the Valley and Beat the Odds in these types of situations, they kind of do a give and take with these types of fights, right? It's like, okay, I kind of have to see where everybody's at, and then I will go in, right? But speaking of items, I do see a little bit of core items locking, but hold on. Looks like the fight is about to start here, Wheezy.
Down goes the Black Dragon from Sir Bossy, dropping on best player, but not the right decision, as Yureshi is there for backup and is going to go ahead and take him down. But looking on the bottom side, Totenak checking those bushes over there with this Rafaela, and you are seeing some heavy engagement over on the jungle side for the red buff, as Yureshi and Milo again is going to go ahead and give foe a hard time to get this farm. And now with the slam, the immobilization provided over there by this Glue, down goes the manipulation by Lucas to respond, taking down Milo over there on this Lilia, and you are going to see foe be able to take that red buff with the backup of his team. But speaking of back up, back down, Gina is going to be bursted out by this Lunox basic on the gold lane with the mage, and definitely a good play for the side of the Valley. And they do not stop there, as you do see the headbutt going into Super Shark, taking some serious damage now, and it looks like the side of the Valley is going to pick up another kill right now on fire and continuing to apply this pressure. 4-3, leading the way in the early phase, but still needing to see Beat the Odds respond, as they do not want to allow this snowball to happen in the early game. Something we've seen in game 1, right, was pretty much an even engagement all the way to the late phase. But speaking of even engagement, best player is going to go ahead and take down this Sir Bossy over there on the Yuzong. Excellent play indeed with that tower dive, and that's one of the things that Hayabusa provides, that mobility, right? Able to get in and out in a moment's notice, and definitely a good kill picked up from the side of the Valley.
Yeah, looks like they did get that momentum up and grooving. Looks like the Turtle has been secured by Milo and the Lilia on the side of Valley, right? We did see that foe got dropped a little bit too low at that Turtle fight, so he respectfully backed off and was able to get some health back and start redoing his rotations. But we do see that both sides are definitely pressuring up on that gold lane side, right? We do have Basic on that Lunox and up against that carry, but kind of punishing the carry for getting up that pick. But looks like there's a possible clash coming down to the bot lane.
Milo forces to use black shoes. Down goes manipulation by Lucas to provide some slow, and it looks like he is going to fall into Lucas's hands. Killing spree has been activated, and that is the mage from the side of the valley out inside of the caster's desk, currently watching us in spectator mode. And right now, like I said, an eye for an eye, a blow for a blow. Both of these teams pretty much even on these engagements. 5-4, Valley leading by 1 kill, but may be able to change that as down goes to Newman on blast. The stun onto Gina. Basic rushing in with the cast assault is going to burst him down. And right now, Basic on fire, 2-0-0 KDA.
Yeah, looks like there is a good momentum coming down to the bot lane, into Basic, into that Lunox, being able to kind of punish the carry for that carry pick by speaking of the top lane here.
You are seeing the Ouija Shadow kill into the Black Dragon, and best player going to pick up another kill. Down goes Sir Bossy with the assist over there by Yureshi on the split. But look at the bottom side, a little bit of another engagement, 3v1. The stunt, you are going to see Totenak able to get out of that though, but engagement on the way. Basic going to take the tier 1 turret for the gold lane. Huge advantage for the side of the Valley, but it looks like BT Odds is not going to let them go easily, as you are seeing the manipulation catch Milo with some slow, but Milo with the power of Glooms going to try and take down Lucas, but Shark is going to deny him that kill and pick it up, and down goes Eve, but Foe is going to take down Hayabusa, and that is one member off the board for both sides of the table.
All right, looks like there was a good fight there. A shutdown did activate on the side of Valley towards Lucas on that Eve, and being able to get that shutdown obviously gives that big gold advantage towards the Valley, but unlike the Valley, Foe did get a pick and kill on best player, causing a shutdown as well. So both teams have a good response, 8-5, which is a kill score right now. Not too much of a difference, but the gold gap is definitely about hold. That looks like a turtle fight.
You're going to see
Ooh,
Foe pick it
picking
up.
up the turtle.
Yeah, definitely a good objective right there for the side of Foe, and that's going to give one of the neutrals to the side of BTIs, trying to even out the scales. They're currently down by about 4,000 gold, and you need to see them find some answers. And I think if they can continue to translate these fights into objectives, you may be able to see them turn this tide around.
Yeah, but we do have to be careful here, because we do know that both sides have that late game. So once that carry starts to get online, right, we do know how much of harassment carry has been in the past couple Dash games. We did see some really good carry plays coming in from yesterday even as well. Even though the carry struggled just a little bit in that early game, carry is allowed to get online. As soon as she locks in those core items, she becomes very scary. But speaking of core items, I do see carry did lock in that corrosion site, and is probably going to start locking in that DH as Demon Hunter through the hole. That looks like a possible clash coming to the mid lane here.
You are seeing the clash on the way between both sides, the Valley and BT Odds. You are seeing the engagement by the manipulation, catching Basic, able to flicker out just in time, but look at the heavy spin on Shark, trying to get the pin on the wall. Foe's gonna take him down. The roam for the side of the Valley, but look at Sir Bossy, Black Dragon going into Milo, trying to hit him over there with that soul grip. Is not gonna be able to take him down though, and now the Shaw Essence has been activated with the Dragon Tail, and down goes Lilia, but Gina gonna pick up a kill, take down Basic in response. Glue with the slam, best player taken out, Sir Bossy, then it is not stop. There's Yureshi activating killing spree. Is gonna take down Rafaela, but not before Foe takes down the tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
Right, we do see that there is these fights are just like neck to neck, right? We do see that EXP laners do have to come online when it comes to these team fights, or else there's no front. So definitely an EXP laner needs to be there to be able to front for that Eve, and to be able to front for that Lilia, right? We do see the punish coming in from the Yuzong, and was able to secure a kill on Milo on that Lilia, but in response to that, we do see best player being able to pick up the response by killing Yuzong, which is Bossy on that Yuzong. But I mean, I still have to be careful, right? We do have to be careful of mistakes, and we do have to make sure that the late game power spike is there for both sides. We do see that Lucas on that Eve is able to scale, same with that Lilia and Lunox. Having 2 double mages is pretty crucial, and being able to attack their backline is also very important for the side of Valley. But looks like there's going to be a possible Lord fight here, but looks like they're going to back off. And I mean, I don't know. Yureshi is putting in a lot of work as a glue, right? Being able to kind of punish the EXP laner. I mean, Bossy's sitting at 151 currently right now. Yureshi's sitting at 3-0 with no shutdown coming in from the side of Valley. But hold on, looks like a possible engage here.
You are seeing Sir Bossy taken dangerously low over there by that Ouija Shadow kill, but now best player with the over-aggression has costed him his life, as you are going to see Carrie pick up that kill into the hands of Gina, and Lord is going to go ahead and be picked up by the Valley.
Yeah, looks like that play was actually pretty smart though, right? We did have best player kind of pushing the top side, right? He did not, I don't think he had retry. I don't know if he did or not, but we're gonna definitely have to see for later on in the game. But we do see it. Oh, possible engage coming down here, Wheezy.
Basic rushing in, gonna go ahead and take down Lucas, the mage, for the side of Beat the Odds over there on the bottom side. But look at Gina, gonna go ahead and make some work over on this Lord with no contest. But speaking of contest, battle in the mid river, you are seeing the headbutt activated by foe. Retribution going out, trying to get the heavy spin, but Basic gonna get out just in time to not be pulled back into that tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
Yeah, looks like the thing is, I just can't wait to see the late game. I mean, we're only sitting at 10 minutes, right? Both teams are coming online. Shutdowns have been equal on both sides, but hold on, looks like a possible engage here in the mid lane.
You do see the engagement on the way. Down goes the manipulation for some serious AoE damage. That 5x5, but look at Sarbasi hovering over with the Black Dragon, deciding to possibly drop down and gonna go ahead and hit that quick 180 as he did not have a really good positioning, and I gotta kind of commend him for that. Just because you have somebody you can drop down on, not really the best option, especially if it was a 1v5. But speaking of 1v5, best player gonna go ahead and rush in for a possible kill. Luigi Shadow Kill going in, is gonna find the back line and take down Gina.
Yeah, that was the best, good play coming in from best player. But hold on, looks like the fight isn't over yet.
They're definitely not done. Is Bo with the heavy spin trying to get some CC and get out of that dangerous situation for the red buff. Gonna go ahead and emote on his way out for some good luck, some good sportsmanship. But right now, the Valley leading the way, has them down to their inhibitor for the top and bottom lane. And now for the mid lane as well, as down goes the tier 2 turret. And you are seeing the Valley have an easier time getting online as we are slowly creeping from the mid game to this late game. And right now, Beat the Odds needing some answers, but this may be it. Engagement on the way. Slam by Glue, getting the stun, hit with the manipulation provided by Lucas. Everybody inside of that 5x5 right now. You are seeing the split activated. You're actually taking down Totenak, the support for the side of Beat the Odds. In comes the Black Dragon from Sarbasi, deciding if he wants to drop down, but taking dangerously low. And that is the Order of Chaos from Basic over there on this Lunox. Speaking of Basic, gonna burst down foe. Luigi Shadow Kill going in. You are seeing the Wind of Nature activated over there by Carry, but it is not enough. And best player is gonna take down Gina yet again. And that is 3 members off the board from the side of Beat the Odds. And the Valley gonna go ahead and try and push in this inhibitor turret. Conceal play on the way. The stun onto Sarbasi, trying to rush out, taking some serious damage. Basic gonna burst him down, activating the killing spree. And now look at the inhibitor. The Valley in a really great position to take this. Lucas is gonna respond though with the manipulation, taking out best player, but down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane in favor of the Valley.
Yeah, neutral objective lord is coming up in about a couple seconds, but that was a good push coming from the Valley, right? That one lord was gave them the advantage to push up all 3 of these lanes and kind of just put Boss's squad on the wall here. They do have just 2 inhibitor turrets up in the top side and the bottom side, but they have no inhibitor turret in the mid lane, so their base is wide open. But I do see Lord being into the favor of Beat the Odds. They do have more ground control, knowing that best player is down here. But speaking of a down here, looks like a possible engage coming in from Shark and Milo.
You are seeing engagement on the way. Beat the Odds is able to take this objective, but look at the clash. Yoreshi getting the heavy spin, hit with the heavy spin. Base is going to find a kill, taking down Totenak the Roam for the side of Beat the Odds. Down goes Rafaela, and you are seeing Beat the Odds quickly escape, but they were able to steal this Luminous Lord.
With that being said, though, even though Beat the Odds did take the Luminous Lord, right, the Valley is very much able to defend this Lord, right? But speaking of items here, I do see a lot of items being locked in, but no response to it, right? I see Carry locking in the DHS, the Demon Hunters that I just talked about a couple seconds ago, but do see Wind of Nature locking in for that high up. But looks like, hold on, looks like the siege going on the top lane here.
You are going to see them take down the inhibitor for the top lane in favor for the Valley, and now going to go ahead and shift folks to the bottom side. But Lucas in the mid lane is going to go ahead and hit that manipulation, trying to control this zonage, and it looks like they are going to push them out of their base, but are they going to be able to stop them? They don't have minions in their favor, so it looks like the Valley is going to go ahead and have to push out of this engagement, but no, still heavy foot on the gas. They are going to go in for some damage. Newman on blast, winding up, unable to hit the mark. Heavy spin over there by foe is going to keep them out of the base, but Gina finding a kill takes down Hayabusa, and that is the jungler best player for the side of the Valley off of the board into the caster's desk, creating the opportunity for the side to beat the odds to take this class. They are going to rush it onto Yoreshi. 1v4 situation. He is going to use the split, but look at Carry using the speedy light wheel, trying to burst him down. Sarbasi on the chase with the Black Dragon. He needs to drop, but unable to hit the mark. And a great escape over there for Yoreshi, but down goes the manipulation. Maybe not the same story for Milo, able to get out just in time, having to burn that Purify.
Yeah, but look, I don't know. I think Val was a little bit aggressive in that base fight with no minions, was kind of trying to force a fight here, but they do know that mistakes do happen, and Beat the Odds was able to pick up on that mistake and capitalize and reset all these minions, right? We do know that a couple seconds ago, Valley was pushing up on these minions, being able to kind of force them into the back of their base, but they are now trying to push up these lanes from Beat the Odds. That one mistake caused by everybody on the side of Valley was able to just kind of push up on these lanes, but speaking of lanes, I do see BTS trying to capitalize all their items. Hold on, looks like something. Oh my goodness, Weezy, what just happened? I was just talking about items.
Well, that is what we call an assassination, right? That was definitely well executed over there from the side of the Valley. A little bit of late placement, but the reactive time that they had as a team with that synergy, able to take down Sir Bossy, definitely great execution. And that is going to be the XP side for Beat the Odds down for these engagements, and a good momentum boost for the side of the Valley if they do want to try and close this out, as we are embarking to the 16-minute mark. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially hit the late game.
Weezy, don't make me ask for an item check and then something happens, but let's take a look at these items real quick. I do see Haya. Hold on. I do see a possible English coming in from best player. Oh, Poe, here we go.
Said the magic word, and they responded. Heavy spin on best player on the wall, but using the quad shadow to get out just in time as Totenak was wrapping around with Gina to burst him down. But with this utility off the table, with Foe not having the heavy spin, this is a good chance for the Valley to take this Lord, and it looks like they are going to go ahead and try this. You realize Beat the Odds can't even push in, right? They have the Sakai, he used that utility, that heavy spin, and that's going to allow them to have an easier time for that neutral objective. And the Valley's going to go ahead and pick that up. And now, with Beat the Odds only down to the inhibitor for the bottom lane, can they hold off the full team of the Valley, synced lanes, and a Luminous Lord?
Weezy, looks like I just can't talk about items, right? I just can't. I'm up to speed through this before Shark and Yureshi and Milo makes their way up to the lanes. But speaking of items, I do see Haya locking in his full build here, right? I do see Carrie also locking in a full build with the 3 full core items here with an Athena shield to help with Yureshi trying to backline, including the Lilia and the Lunox coming from Basic and Milo. I do see Lunox and all mages locking in their full potential items here, but looks like a possible engage coming in with the Lord Conceal play coming in.
Down goes the Conceal play, but look at the Black Dragon manipulation dropping down by Lucas, but is it enough to hold off the Valley as you are seeing Sir Bossy rush in with the Dragon Tail, trying to do some AoE damage, trying to clear out these minions and the Luminous Lord, but the Valley not letting go of the gas, are going to try and close this out. Ouija Shadow Kill going in, not enough to hold outside of the Valley. Vo going to pick up a kill, take down Lunox, down goes Basic, down goes the Luminous Lord, and that is one member out for the side of the Valley. A good defense from Beat the Odds, and they are not done now. They're continue to rush in. It looks like a request for a pause. Yeah, I'm wondering what's going on right now. Looks like a request from the pause again from Milo over there for the Valley. Definitely a hard engagement. But speaking of that engagement, a lot was on the board right there, right? That Luminous Lord pushed the Valley 5-man, and you were able to see Beat the Odds hold it off, right? They lost the inhibitor for the bottom side. Now they do not have any defense to protect them, but they were able to hold off a little bit longer. And this is what we said, when it gets to the late game, it's going to go down to this final engagement. Who can win in this clash and close it out? As these kill down timers before you spawn back in is definitely going to be something you have to watch out for. But speaking about watching out, you are seeing the engagement on the way. You are seeing the push for this turret, and it looks like they are going to go ahead and try and take it. Yureshi over there, the immortality being procced. Gina going to take him down, and Beat the Odds with the Nexus barely hanging on to any HP is going to go ahead and remain in this game.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of two, like I said, look, these mistakes really do count in when it comes to these games, right? It's just one mistake and everything snowballs, right? Valley was, they just lost 2 members now, and Beat the Odds is kind of like trying to figure out what to do here, right? They do have no inhibitor turrets up. Base is just barely sitting there at the Nexus, a little bit of a sliver left on the health, but they do need to be careful. One mistake here for Beat the Odds, right? They do have the potential of losing this game, but the Valley, right? They do have also a space to kind of make a smart play here, or if they do end up making a mistake here, the Valley, they could have their game at stake here. They do have to be careful. Lanes are pushing in by the side of Beat the Odds. They did clean that up, and I do see Boston. Hold on, looks like a possible engage coming here in the bot side.
Heavy spin on the wall, but the Black Shoes to respond, and you are going to see best player fall in this engagement. Sir Bossy hovering around with the Black Dragon. Down goes the tier 2 for the bottom side. Sir Bossy going to take down Milo. Beat the Odds trying to turn this around in their favor, but hit with the 4-man set. The Numenon Blast does go down. It is not over yet, though, as you are seeing the Dragon Tail from Sir Bossy. The heavy engagement. Lucas finding a kill, taking down Basic, and they are only down to Super Shark and Yureshi to hold off the full team of Beat the Odds. And ladies and gentlemen, they are going going for a possible finish. They realize they have the numbers. Down goes the manipulation. Can they close this out? Gina gonna pick up a mega kill, taking down Yureshi, and look at the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, Beat the Odds has done it. They have taken game 2.
Yeah, like I said a couple seconds ago, one mistake can cause an entire snowball. So, speaking of snowball, I do see MVP locked in by Foe, right? Even though they did have a hard time early game and lots of invades coming in, right? They were able to secure the MVP coming in at 3-2-10 on that Akai. Next up in line, I do see Lucas locking in that right under Foe, right? Being able to kind of proc the back line and was able to secure 5 kills, 2 and 7 assists, only coming in at 2 deaths. But I do see Carry being able to split push a ton, 70% coming in from Carry and 26% damage coming in from that Carry, right? We do know that she was kind of offline in the early game, but was able to spike up and kind of be back with the team, get the momentum going with the rest of the team. I do see Eve locking in with 36% damage, so a lot of damage was coming in from Lucas on that Eve, but 82% teamfight coming in from Tonek, and Bossy being at 59 was able to kind of front for everybody for the side of Beat the Odds. But congratulations, Beat the Odds. You do take this match. I will see you in the next match.
Man, what a beautiful game. An insane turnaround. Not sure what's going on with the technical difficulties, but just to kind of clarify going forward, these teams only have 2 pauses, so that's just a note over there to the Valley for the matches. Be careful on that. But Beat the Odds remaining in this match, able to close it out. A comeback. It looked very bad for them in the beginning phase. The Valley was capitalizing on their mistakes, but you've seen with a little bit of a misread, Beat the Odds able to make the most of it and close out game 2. And that means one thing for certain. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not jumping into a sweep. We are going to be seeing these teams go an eye for an eye or blow for a blow all the way up to a possible game 7. And I'm excited as these matches are going to prevail, as we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, closing the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. We have partnered up with Raz to officially let 16 teams have the chance to compete for a total cash prize of $700 US, not to mention Moonton with the amazing prize pool of 25,000 diamonds going to first place, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. Not to stop there, looking at all these amazing teams who did compete. A special shout out to everybody who participated along the way, but there's only 2 teams remaining, the Valley and Beat the Odds, and now both of these teams having 1 win in their favor. So again, sending the question out to you, North America. The polls will be out. Who are you guys voting on taking game 3? Definitely don't go anywhere, as both of these teams are getting ready to embark right back into the Land of the Dawn to fight it out for the final first place slot.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end.
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley. It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and currently we're hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever tournament, as we are closing the doors for Season 1, opening up the gates for Season 2. We're allowing 16 teams to compete for a total cash prize of first place, receiving $700. That huge, insane prize pool amount provided by Raz, who jumped on a little bit of the caster's desk for Game 2. Not to mention Moonton pitching in for the amazing diamond prize pool of first place, receiving 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. And it does not just stop there, as we are seeing all these amazing teams, some of the top teams in North America, competed out for that #1 spot, and only 2 teams were able to prevail on to the grand finals, and that is the Valley versus Beat the Odds. Both of these teams competing in a best of 7, and right now currently you are seeing them tied up 1-1 as we are getting ready for Game 3. You gotta wonder which way it's gonna go. Both of these teams very even on the board. Speaking of the board, we do have the amazing on-point analyst to break down these keys to victory and items. Master Rim is in the building, and I will also be your play-by-play to paint the perfect picture through today's third match. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. You know, a lot of tension and competitiveness happening between these two teams here, and rightfully so, right? Looking at the grand prize, the finale, they're going at it. The energy is there, the suspense is there, and everyone is just, you know, the spirit is there, the competitive spirit is there, and that's what we're here to kind of promote, right? So I like to see that. I'm feeling good. Hopefully, you know, they keep up that energy, but instead of, you know, putting it in the chat, let's put it into the draft, let's put it into the gameplays, into the rotations, you know, and stuff like that, right? But I'm feeling great. I'm excited to cast this game coming forward here, and I'm excited to see the show, man. It's been going really great so far, you know? They definitely set the tone so far, and I'm excited to see how they're gonna respond to each other coming in the third match, especially since the board is even right now, 1-1.
You are seeing the board even 1-1 and a lot on the line. Beat the Odds able to take Game 2. It looked a little shaky. It looked like the Valley was actually going to claim that for themselves, but out of nowhere, a light switch kind of flickered over there for the side of Beat the Odds, and they were able to take that win. And with it 1-1, the question of the day now is who will take Game 3, as this is a huge power spike, right? Having that one win over for that advantage definitely gives you a little bit of insurance when things don't go your way. And both of these teams we've seen pretty even on the scoreboard. But speaking of the board, looking at these bans, you are seeing the side of Beat the Odds take out this Kaja, take out this Fanny, and I'm trying to limit best player over there, as we've seen how deadly he is with those steel cables. And speaking about mobility, looks like the side of Beat the Odds finalizing their ban phase, gonna go ahead and take out this Joy.
Absolutely, and it's a good ban, right? But still a good ban, so we see the Valley taking out this pillar, right? So I think what they want to do for the side of the Valley, right, potentially slot in an assassin jungler, right? Because we do know that pillar, if she goes in that ball position, she's able to just be across the map and just basically be in your jungle. She's kind of like the glue in the EXP lane, but just as a jungler, right? She's able to hold it down. She has the regeneration. She has the damage. She has the poke. And she has that control and pressure, right? Just knowing that she's in that push. And when you think you can burst her down, she just runs back in, regens all that HP back, and she's good to go, right? But speaking of things that's good to go, the Valentina is going to be taken out there, and Sir Bossy locking in this glue, right? And we saw last game how effective and beneficial slotting a glue on your team could be, and it's one of the most prioritized picks right now. You do see a response coming in from the Valley, logging in that view, right? That real manipulation is going to go ahead to be able to add that zoning potential, but Farsa is still open, right? And we do know she's able to match that zonage and that zoning potential coming out from that Eve there. She also has the ability to burst her down even faster with those flooded airstrikes, right? So she also has the mobility with that wings by wings to be able to avoid and be able to get out of sticky situations. So I do think that decided to beat the odds should definitely pick up that. So their next two picks right now, I want them to lock in that Eve and that Farsa, sorry, and something to knock down or throw off this Eve pick coming in from the side of the Valley.
Yeah, you are looking at that Eve being slotted, right? And you need a little bit of something to displace her. She's going to have an easier time with that manipulation. Taking out that Valentina, definitely a threat. But looking at Sir Bossy on this glue, right? Not seeing some solid answers for him as well. So I'm seeing some strong picks from both sides. Best player picking up this Hayabusa, realizing that the Kaj is not in effect. Still has to watch out for some suppression. Franco's still on the table and definitely a threat if you are not careful. But I'm wondering if the side of Beat the Odds is going to go ahead and pick that up. You do see some AoE zoners provided by Milo. You have some mobility provided by Best Player, but they need some late game damage dealers. They need somebody to be able to close this game out, and also you need some answers for Sir Bossy. But speaking of answers, Lucas is going to go ahead and pick up this Lunox.
Now that is going to be a Lunox in the mid lane, right? And it's not, even though that's her conventional role in the game, we've seen her being played in that gold lane, but they did lock in that Beatrix, so she's not going to be in that gold lane, but she's still a key component to that team, right? Her late game damage when she picks up those penetration items. She's one of those heroes that can get to that 100% magical penetration. We do know that she gains that bonus stacks with that pull up reduction coming in from her kit, right? And now them locking that in and still having someone like this glue to be able to apply that pressure is just going to add a lot of burst potential coming out from the side of Beat the Odds, right? They do have Gina on this Beatrix, and we do know if she's able to land those runners empathy to finish up and even get them low enough so Lucas could potentially jump on them to secure the kill. So there's a lot of ways that the teamwork and team coordination could go there for the side of Beat the Odds right now, right? But looking at the Valley right now, they did pick up that Hayabusa again, so he's definitely going to apply some pressure to Gina, right? We saw a huge focus in that gold lane in the last game, and I hope Beat the Odds can kind of respect his aggression towards shutting down Gina in that early phases of the match to make it harder for her to scale into that late game, right? So I would love to see them put some pressure there and shut down Basic on this Claude, as he does have the ability to kind of scale and overpower them in these team fights when it comes to that late game.
Yeah, definitely having that late game is something that the side of the Valley has is mobility, right? You have already Hayabusa, not to mention the Cloud with the mirror image effect, and that late game damage into the hands of Basic. And now looking at the side of Beat the Odds, they have their XP lane, they have their marksman, they have their mage, but they still need to lock in their roam and also their jungler. But speaking of roams, Super Shark's gonna go ahead and pick up this Kufra. A little bit of Tyrant's Rage on the way inside of the Land of Dawn, but he's gonna have to be careful on placement, right? As you are gonna be looking at Flicker picked up by Gina, and also Lucas with the power of brilliance to be able to get out of a lot of those tricky sets. But speaking of getting tricky, Foe gotta respond back. We've seen the Kaja banned out, and we've seen the Valley respond with the Hayabusa pick, and now another response, another assassin on the table. Foe picking up this link.
Like that, right? Both assassins on the board right now, both junglers, they have that invincibility in terms of that ultimate. So they have a lot of things that they can work around in their favor, right? They have the dashes, they have the potential to, secure some outplays here and when it comes to securing those objectives, right? But speaking of things to be secured, they're gonna go ahead and lock in this Ruby as their roamer for the side of Beat the Odds, and I'm not sure how I feel about it right now. She is one of those melee heroes, and she doesn't have that sustainability until she secures that House Claws item, which is a damage item, right? So she's not gonna have that defense. I'm looking at the Valley right now, the utility that's gonna be coming in from that Eve. You have Super Shark on the Kufa that's gonna counter those dashes coming in. If Ruby cannot dash, she's not gonna be able to let her passive give her that extra defense coming in, right? So it's kind of gonna be a harder game for top map there on this Ruby. And then you're actually locking in this Benedetta for the EXP lane for the side of the Valley, right? So a lot of mobility and dashes coming in from the side of the Valley, right? They have the ability to engage with this draft composition, and they also have the ability to escape from sticky situations. But we see the drafts has been finalized on both sides. Whose draft are you in favor of right now?
Well, it's a tricky one, right? Both of them have mobility, they have sustainability, they have the damage. A lot is checked off on the board, but it's going to boil down to execution, right? We have Eve over there into the hands of Milo, but a little bit of an upscale battles. You have that Ling that can rush in over there with the tips of blades, not to mention Glue with the split Lunox with the brilliance, and also a Ruby who kind of grab him up with that I'm offended. So I am going to have to say you have to be very careful for Milo. I'm really liking the draft of Beat the Odds, but one thing that the side of the Valley does have is mobility and execution. And if they are not careful, you will be able to see the Valley come online very early in this game.
Absolutely, right? And if that happens, it'll definitely be a little tough for Beat the Odds, because again, looking at the composition, they have more late game scaling heroes than the Valley. But speaking of scaling,
speaking of the early game, like we mentioned, manifested it. Yoreshi is going to go ahead and take first blood. Down goes Lucas. A great play, and that is just showing you how dominant he is in the XP lane. And Sir Bossy not even able to get to him in time, showing the mobility over there on this Benedetta.
she also is going to gain that upper hand level advantage there, right? And we do see she's able to bully Sir Bossy there on this Blue, which we've seen is usually one of those more dominant heroes there in the EXP lane, but the Valley, right? They are a dominant team themselves, and we see that with the pressure that they're able to apply, right? But like I said, looking at the win conditions here, they have this Lunox. I would like to see Ruby let this Lunox clear this lane so they can do some rotations. But speaking of rotations here,
Sir Bossy trying to get a kill, takes down Yoreshi. Almost costly though, as Yoreshi was on fire, almost taking him down. But look at best player rushing in with the quad shadow, doing some damage on a foe. Slam slam from Glue, not able to stop him. Best player's gonna take down Ling. You already seen the Ouija shadow kill just in time, but Sir Bossy getting out of its range. Milo gonna pick up the kill though. Down goes Sir Bossy. The Valley leading 4-1.
we have to give that because of the utility, right? They have the dashes, so their rotations are going to be faster. Ruby, a slow roamer, and Lunox, Lucas, they're being shut down under 1 minute in the game, right? We're not over that 2 minute mark yet, and he already has 2 deaths on his side, which is bad for that Lunox. She has to secure that clock of destiny to build into that genius wand or that lightning truncheon to be able to start dealing that burst damage, right? And that's definitely going to slow her down. She's not going to have the stacks to be able to dish out that damage or add to that sustainability. But speaking of dishing out damage here, Yoreshi in this EXP lane, not giving Glue the time to shine here, Wheezy.
Definitely not giving him any time to shine. Yoreshi just been on fire. Usually you see that Glue and you kind of panic, but Yoreshi, on the other hand, has a different story to tell. But look at the turtle, has spawned in. Yoreshi going around, showing you his presence. Super Shark gonna pick up a kill on the top side, though. He's gonna go ahead and take down Lucas. But looking at the turtle still spawned in, you are seeing the Valley kind of shift focus possibly over to it, but no. Looks like best player is going to go ahead and pick up his blue, and Ling already having his blue buff. It looks like both of these teams getting ready to take this engagement over this neutral objective.
Now, it would definitely be risky for Beat the Odds, the contestants, right? Because again, their early game damage is Lucas here on this mage, and he's not online yet. But speaking of things to be online here, we see another team fight.
You are going to see best player take that turtle. You've seen foe try and rush in, not able to get there in time. And that is the first neutral to the side of the Valley, already leading by 4 kills and now up by about 1,400 gold. But look at best player rushing in onto Sir Bossy, taking some serious damage. He's gonna have to possibly use that regen from his slam, but the Ouija shadow kill, trying to take him out. Down goes the split for some regen. And now foe trying to rush in, trying to burst him down, using the Finch Boys. Down goes the tips of blades, airborne, but best player takes down foe. What are we seeing right now? Definitely an excellent play indeed, and that is now 6 kills on the board for the side of the Valley.
We also see Milo picking up some items there, right? She was able to secure that enchanted talent, and she has the cooldown reduction, but Benedetta gonna waste no time to take down Glue there, but it's gonna be a trade in that bot side, right? So, you know, 1-for-1 trade, both the experiences for each other, but Hayabusa, right? Being able, he's already locked in that first core item with that 100 strike, right? He's gonna add on to that mobility and early game physical penetration coming in. And looking at this side of Beat the Odds right now, Blue is the only one to be able to secure that first item. So they definitely need to try to stack up in this economy, right? The Valley, man, the pressure that they're applying right now, Weezy.
Ouija Shadow Kill going in with the simple plays to respond by Ling. Down goes manipulation for that 5x5 zone hits. Basic over there with the Blazing Duet. The knock-up, the Tyrant's Rage for the stun. Lucas taken down by Super Shark, but it is not done. The Valley on the heavy aggressive play, trying to take down Totenak, trying to use that sustainability to his advantage, able to get away, but can the Valley take him down? In a very dangerous position now. Gina using Rainer, trying to snipe out Milo. Maybe needing to switch over there to the submachine gun, but Yureshi is going to go ahead and take down Ling over there off the map. But look at Totenak. Milo picking up the kill, takes down Ruby, leaving only Gina by himself. And that is going to be a good push for the Valley to possibly take this Lord. And currently leading by 8 kills now. We're still only in the early game. We're only 5 minutes in.
Absolutely right. But the Valley right now, they want Bloodlust, right? And Benedetta, they go ahead and secure that item. And we do see them already proxying towards this turtle, right? Plot already pushing up that wave to be able to make it a little easier for them if they do decide to put the full on engage to take that top tower down. But they're gonna go ahead and be disciplined. They got the neutral objective. They're gonna go ahead and recall. And looking at Super Shark's positioning right now, they want to definitely make it harder for this Link to secure this buff. But speaking of things to be secured,
Super Shark with the magic ball for the stun. You are seeing the I'm finna go in by Totenak. Down goes Luigi Shadow Kill. Best player gonna go ahead and pick up killing spree off of that. 11 kills now. The Valley leading the way with this heavy presence. Look at Kufra, Super Shark winding up, not able to hit Gina, but down goes the manipulation from Milo and gonna take him down. You are seeing Foe trying to respond. Lucas able to burst out best player with the Order of Chaos. Man, some chaos definitely, as we are seeing some heavy aggressive plays and translating into these turrets for the side of the Valley, as you are going to see the tier 1 on the top side fall into the hands of Basic.
now that's a good trait by the roamer. For the jungler, they definitely have to focus on the prioritizing when it comes to targets, right? They caught him out of position. He was a little over aggressive there, and they punished him for that. We have to see a lot more punishment. Speaking of punish, Ling here in a dangerous position.
Electo final blow by Benedetta. Ling getting out with the Finch Poison, 1 HP. Lucas taking down Milo. Look at Super Shark though in the fight, hit with the I'm offended by Ruby. Tyrant's Rage to respond. Blazing Duet going in from Basic, trying to take out Lucas. He's gonna go ahead and use this Brilliance activated, trying to negate the damage. Finds a kill, takes out Super Shark, activating killing spree, but Yureshi is gonna go ahead and deny him and take him down. Best player taking out Beatrix. Down goes Gina, but the split has been activated. Yureshi has been grabbed up on this Benedetta, but does have the mobility to get inside of the tier 1 turret, and Sir Bossy is gonna go ahead and let him go.
Now, we did see him waste that utility there. He did flicker to try to get Basic, but, you know, he locked on to the wrong target, and that could be dangerous, right? Using out your utility at this point in the game, especially with the aggression coming in from the Valley here, right? You want to be able to have those utility at your disposal, right? But we did see some more items being picked up there for the side of Keep the Odds. Ruby was able to not secure any core items yet, right? But I did see that Dominance Ice coming in. And again, the Glue being the dominant force in terms of item economy here, right? Looking at Ling, he only has that Wind Talker. He's not online yet for the damage. And looking at the Hayabusa, who he's going up against, is already building into that Blade of Despair, which he just picked up, right? Look at that Basic. He has the Demon Hunter Sword, and he was already building into that Ice Queen Wand, right? So the utility coming in from the side of the Valley is definitely going to be there, right? But Beatrix able to secure that Blade of Despair as well herself, so she's going to be able to do some damage. And in the same token,
You're already seeing split activated by Sir Bossy. The Valley on the 3-man play, trying to take him down. And that just shows you the power of Glue. And right now, the Valley sitting strong, has not lost a single turret for this game. And they've already found their way into the tier 1 for the top side. But you can't count out Beat the Odds, right? As we are embarking into 8 minutes, only losing 1 turret. They can still hold them off and wait for a possible mistake. And I'm loving the level of execution shown from both teams.
absolutely, and like I said, they have the skill and composition for the side of Beat the Odds. So as long as they can hold it down towards that 10 to 15 minute mark, it will be at their advantage, right? But we are seeing a concealed play.
Ureshi over there with the Electo final blow, that battle of mobility from the side of the Valley, and that just shows you with that Benedetta, like we kind of stated in this draft, they have a very mobile composition. You have Ureshi on the Benedetta, you have Basic over there on this Claude, and not to mention best player on the Hayabusa. They can definitely get out with some easy escapes, but speaking of escapes, Serbasi, not the same situation. Forced to use the split on the 1v3, but down goes manipulation provided by his team, and now you are going to see Gina pick up a kill, take down Shark. Find out over those, you are seeing the aggression on the bottom side of the map, and you are seeing a flicker go out. Raider's empathy, not able to hit the mark. Milo taking down Gina. Serbasi on the chase over there with Split, trying to proc it onto Milo. Will he do it though? No, he is going to go ahead and make his way to the tier 1 turret, but now maybe having to have a hard time as Ureshi giving him that focus. Gonna go ahead and use that Electo final blow to cut off his path. And now Milo, Basic joining the fight. Serbasi in a dangerous situation. And Milo is gonna pick up that kill. But looking at Ling, he is making his way toward the top side. Gonna go ahead and provide some of that split push and translate these clashes into an opportunity for a turret.
And they definitely need some opportunities for their side of beat the odds there, right? But speaking of opportunities, Super Shark on this Kufa creating yet another opportunity himself.
But there goes attempts of Blades to get out, and this is what we're saying, a lot of mobility from both sides. How many HP escapes are we going to see? Lucas taking down Ureshi over there on this Benedetta on the aggression for the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. And now the Valley in a strong situation. Even though they are down a member, they are going to try and take this Lord. Can they get it? Basic able to burst it down, and the Valley's going to go ahead and pick that up. And also Basic taking down Totenak. Down goes Ruby, but Serbasi with the split going to go ahead and grab up Milo inside of the manipulation, though. No, Milo is going to get out of that, and now the knockup provided by Shark, the magic ball in play. Best player joining in, doing some damage, gonna find his way to Foe and take him down. It is not over though. Look at the slam from best player, and you are gonna see him take a kill, take down Serbasi, and now Gina picking up a kill as well, taking down best player to respond. Look at the tier 1 turret for the mid lane though. Basic wasting no time, taking advantage of the situation, is gonna go ahead and burst that down and open up the map for the side of the Valley, not to mention pick up this Lord in the early phase.
Man, and that's all. A lot of these plays coming in from the Valley, they're able to capitalize it because of Super Shot, right? His positioning right now, his aiming, and his micro is just on point. We do see him being able to disrupt not only that Ruby, right, but he was able to stop Foe there from going in to engage there, to, you know, pick off Claude while he was low in that mid game, engage there. So a beautiful gameplay is coming out from the side of the Valley right now, and that's something that they've been very consistent with in this game so far.
Yeah, definitely showing their consistency and kind of dominating for the early phase. We've seen kind of a similar story though. They lead a little bit in the early, not too much though, but definitely having a slight advantage on these engagements. But we also see decide to beat the odds to be able to turn it around, right? And I'm expecting this to be the same answer. You can't really count them out. You can't see the one-sided story, but you can see the Valley definitely online as we are in that 10-minute mark, going to that 11-minute mark, slowly transitioning from that mid to this late game. And right now, you are seeing the Valley kind of leading in terms of turrets, also taking that Lord and having some brilliant execution. Both of these teams though currently tied 1-1, and I can't wait to see how this goes. A lot is on the line. Both of these teams currently competing for a total cash prize of $700 US. They made their way to the finals. Not to mention, both of these teams through every single phase of the tournament got sweeps, and to take it to the finals and neither of them leading by 2-0, but a 1-1 definitely shows you they are top tier teams for North America.
Absolutely, and it's reflected in the gameplays, right? We see it in terms of like the draft executions, and we're seeing with these rotations and these objectives, how these teams approach it, right? But like you said, we can't count out the side of beat the odds, right? They do have things going for them when it comes to the late game, right? They have Lunox, who is able to secure some items. Foe just picked up the corrosion site. I haven't really seen much corrosion site be built on this lane here, so I'm excited to see how that's going to perform, right? But looking at the side of the Valley here, right? Hayabusa locking in that Malefic board, and like I said, he's going to be trying to get to that back line, and they don't really have that much defense at their disposal, right? The Beatrix does have that Wind of Nature at her disposal, but we saw from the last game, is that gonna be enough to secure, to make you feel safe against this Hayabusa, right? But Like I said, we can't count them out. They have the Lunox, they have the burst, and speaking of burst, they're chasing Urashi down right now.
Trying to take him out of the table, but again, that mobility is too much to deal with. But you are seeing Foe be very comfortable on the split push, and you gotta love when heroes and players understand exactly what to do with these picks. And Ling, definitely one of the best to do it, able to kind of use that Finch poise to traverse across the map, take some turrets, especially when the map's not in your advantage right now. And speaking of advantage, the Valley, through the early phase, you've seen them kind of dominate 19-8, able to take a lot of real estate right now, leaving the side of Beat the Odds down to their inhibitor for not only the bottom lane, but also for the top lane. And you are seeing them have some great engagements. But Beat the Odds, a team that can definitely, with their backs against the wall, turn it around. And I'm wondering what their game plan is, right? Even though the Valley had the early game, we're slowly going to be transitioning into the late game. And that's where it's going to come down to who can win in these final clashes.
Absolutely, right? But speaking of clashes, another one on the way.
Basically gonna pick up a kill, take down Sir Bossy nice and early on that glue, but best player rushing in with the quad shadow, gonna get out just in time. Luke is forced to use the Tempest of Blades to escape. And right now, that is one member down for the side of Beat the Odds, an advantage for the side of the Valley. And it looks like they are gonna go ahead and try and possibly take this tier 2 turret for the mid lane, but you are gonna see the Valley, I believe this is gonna be their last pause, so they're not gonna have a pause after this, but yeah, definitely an interesting game indeed. They're having a lot of technical issues over there. Maybe a little bit of a restart of phone or something. But like we said, guys, appreciate y'all tuning in. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, currently hosting the grand finals. We are seeing the Valley go up against Beat the Odds. Both of these teams currently tied 1-1. The polls are in, and definitely plays who you guys think is taking this game. Even in game 2, right? It looked like the Valley was going to close it out. They had all the turrets, stripped them down to their inhibitors, and then you've seen Beat the Odds able to turn it around in their favor and get the closeout, and it was definitely very impressive. And I think this may be another story on our hands today, and that's why I said we can't really count them out. These teams that are known to kind of compete at a higher level of elo definitely know how to be patient and wait for the side that has the advantage to make a mistake and make the most out of it.
Absolutely, right? For Beat the Odds right now, their win condition in this match, Bossy has to try not to get picked off, right? He has to be the one that is allowed to be able to apply some pressure to Milo there on that weave, right? Deny her the opportunity to successfully cast that real-world manipulation, right? And when they do that, they're going to be distracting her enough so the rest of them can get an opening, right? Basic. He's going to dive in with that Blazing Duet, right? But Lucas, on this Lunox, there's two options that he could do to respond to that Blazing Duet. He could either use that Brilliance ultimate because you can be attacked, but you're going to be dealing the damage, right? You have that immunity, but you still have that burst coming in. Or you can go for the Dark ulti, or even do the Ruby DD combo as well to burst him down while he dives in, right? And that's just going to secure them that pick off, right? And after that, half of their engaging damage is going to be done, because if Bossy is focusing the Eve and keeping her busy and Basic is taken down, that's going to leave the map open for Gina there and Foe as well to be able to kind of kite around and deal that last bit of damage, to be able to put the Valley on the defense, right? At some point in time, Super Shark, right? We see him diving in with these engages. At this point in the game, especially for the side of Beat the Odds right now, a pickoff is a pickoff. And half of the engages coming in from the Valley has been set up because of Super Shark, right? And at this point, like I said, if you are able to take out that initiator, you're opening up the map basically for your entire team to be able to go on the aggressive end, right? We did see the side of the Valley, whenever Sabasti is being caught out of position, they're bursting him down. And what's that allowing them to do, right? It's allowing best player to then come in and burst down and go in for that backline, because they don't have that frontline presence. Even though they do have that Ruby on their side, again, you can't deal damage. You can't crowd control someone who's immune while getting that damage output done, right? So they definitely have to look for these pickoffs. And like I said, the target prioritization and optimization, they have to focus and capitalize on that. Don't be afraid to burst someone out if they're out of position, right? Once Kufa dives in, the only thing he has at his disposal at that point is the magic ball, right? But you don't need to dash into him if you can deal that damage from a distance and burst him down. So look for these pickoffs, look for these openings, play safe, try to dodge around some of the skills and early aggression coming in from the Valley, and they'll definitely be able to indeed beat the odds here.
Yeah, you made some great points. And right now, the Valley is having a little bit of technical difficulties. They got to kind of restart their phone real quick. Man, Definitely a show indeed. I'm so glad we had an insane turnout for this event. Shout out to everybody tuning in across the board in the Land of the Dawn for YouTube. We really appreciate y'all. And also a big shout out to all the teams that currently paved their way throughout this tournament. 16 teams to be in fact. The Valley, Shadow 9, Shinigami, Bloodhounds, all of you guys on this roster. Thank you guys so much. You've definitely made a big impact in North America and definitely has put on a great show. So this is not the only tournament we're ever going to run. There's definitely going to be more in the distant future. But speaking of the distant future, we are now back in Beat the Odds versus the Valley. And you are seeing the Valley have a little bit of that early game pressure. Now, as we are getting to this mid game, Milo going to pick up a kill, take down Totenak. But the Blazing Duet over there by Super Shark is going to go ahead and find a kill, possibly. But look at your Reshi with the Electo final blow. Lucas going to go ahead and possibly take him down. Foe going to take the Lord in this engagement, though, and best player going to take down Foe to respond. And right now, you did see this Lord actually get picked up by Foe. Definitely a good still and worth it, is if the Valley was able to take that, they were possibly going to strip them down to their inhibitors. And now, with that being said, the Valley's not going to go ahead and stop here. They're going to go ahead and work on this tier 2 turret for the mid lane and take that for their side.
Absolutely right, but again, Foe here being able to secure that Lord from under the side of the Valley is gonna give Beat the Odds the opportunity to kind of have an answer for, you know, where they've been in terms of the map, right? They are a little behind in terms of the gold. They don't have much towers on their side, right? They have to try to at least secure this mid lane tower for the side of the Valley right now, because that is allowing the Valley to have so much more map control. That mid lane tower opens up the map so much for yourself and denies the enemy the opportunity to set up gangs and potential clashes here. But speaking of potential clashes, we are seeing the Lord gonna make its way up to that top side, right? But Beat the Odds not gonna quite aggress on that. They want to go for this mid lane inhibitor.
And there we go, engagement on the way. The Electo going in, trying to clear the minions. You are seeing the Ouija Shadow kill from best player to respond as well. And it looks like the side of the Valley is not going to allow them to take this tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
And that's because they know how important it is, right? But speaking of importance here, we are almost at that 16-minute mark. And I want to take a minute to look at these items here, right? We do see that Beatrix locking at her 3-core items, and she has that Wind of Nature on her side to be able to add on to some of that defense to herself, right? But we are seeing Claude in that same response, being able to lock in 3-core items as well and slotting in some defense coming in there, right? And that's also going to provide some extra mobility and speed ups for him. So that's going to pair well with that passive coming in from his first skill there, right? But also, Lunox, at this point in the game, she has secured that lightning truncheon, but a lot of burst is going to be coming out.
As Bake's going to go ahead and secure the kill onto Totenak. Down goes Ruby with that Blazing Duet. Yureshi finding a kill, taking out Gina. 2 members off the board for the side to Beat the Odds. And right now, the Valley is going to go ahead and take advantage of the situation. Try and take this bottom inhibitor, but no, the denial. Luigi Shadow kill being activated. Tempest Blades going down by Foe. Basic picking up a mega kill, takes down Sir Bossy on the glue. And now, gonna go ahead and pick up this inhibitor for the bottom lane, but wait a minute. You are gonna see Cosmic Fission go in over there by Lunox, find a kill. Luke is gonna get a double, taking out Yureshi. Not done yet though. Best player has fallen as well. And Unstoppable, as you are gonna see a kill into the hands of Claude, leaving only Lucas by himself as down goes Foe. And right now, with Totenak spawning in and their inhibitor on the bottom side has been lost, you are seeing a very hard game for the side of Beat the Odds, and they need to find a possible comeback, right? Now they can't be overly aggressive. The Valley still having a lot of insurance in their favor, still holding on to their entire mid lane, and then also their tier 2s for the top and bottom side.
Absolutely. I'm looking at Basic. He hasn't died yet, and we're already almost 17 minutes into the game, right? But speaking of,
you are seeing a chase onto the backline from Totenak, but Basic rushing in with the Blazing Duet, hit by the Wind of Nature, though, to cancel it out. Nimmer's Passion is going to shut him down. Gina picking up the kill for Beatrix. Immortality being procced by Super Shark. Able to get out, though, and this is a great time for the side of Beat the Odds to take this Luminous Lord. But look at Shark in the bush. Yureshi creeping around. Best player joining as well as Milo. But right now, with the Lord currently at barely any HP, Foe's going to pick it up with the Retribution. And that is Lord into the hands of Beat the Odds.
that's what I want to see from them right now. They were able to burst down Shark there to secure that immortality, right? So it's a good response there. And like I said, he's the engager right now. But speaking of engager, Foe here trying to deal some damage to Yureshi, right? But she does have that mobility and that damage reduction coming in from her second skill there. So she's going to be able to get out, right? But we already see them setting up as they're going to take this tower here down on the bot side. So I like the response and the answers I'm seeing from the odds here. But speaking of answers and responses,
You are seeing Luigi Shadow Kill canceled out by the Tempest of Blades and some double retribution. What is going on right now? And you are seeing Lord crash in to the tier 2 turret for the top side, and that is going to go to the side of Beat the Odds. Now concealed play on the way. Totenak on the chase, not able to connect with the I'm Offended. Some huge utility wasted right now for the roam of BTO, but look at Super Shark winding up, decides to cancel it out. You are going to see the Hawk's Claws picked up by Basic for a little bit of that sustainability in these engagements. And right now, Beat the Odds, again, living up to the name, beating the odds, turning this match around in their favor.
absolutely right. And that's the thing. They needed this opening for the side of Beat the Odds. They needed this pre-big room on the map, right? And we already see that with the presence and the setups right now. We are seeing that Ruby giving that vision, and then Lunar's right behind her to burst anyone who takes a wrong turn. And Super Shark here might be taking one now.
You do see the concealed play. Super Shark looking like a full linebacker trying to check these bushes. But wait a minute. I'm Offended pulling into the manipulation foe, picking up the kill. Down goes Basic. Cosmic Vision going in by Lunox. Luigi Shadow Kill over there by Hayabusa. Best player picking up a kill, taking down Totenak. Mega kill by Lucas. Gonna take out Super Shark, but look at Yoreshi. Immortality has been proc. Gina picking up a kill, getting a double, taking out Eve and best player. Yoreshi in a bad situation. Lucas and foe 2v1. Ladies and gentlemen, Beat the Odds has gotten a full wipeout against the Valley, and with them being down on the table, this is the time for them to close in on this mid lane, as they do have a 30-second counter before they spawn back in. This is exactly what Beat the Odds needed. A hope, a dream. They manifested it into reality, and as they make their way into the Nexus, ladies and gentlemen, will the minions be enough? As you are seeing Basic spawn in 7 seconds, and it looks like the side of Beat the Odds, without wasting any time, down goes the Nexus, and they take game 3.
Man, I see why they chose their name, right? Every time the odds are against them, they show us that they are capable of beating it, right? Sorry, y'all. That may be a little corny, but it's true. You know, I'm here to spit the facts, right? We are seeing Gina being able to secure that MVP for her side, right? Luke is there. Even though he struggled a bit in that early game, he was that late game damage dealer to be able to burst down this quad, especially after he locked in that Wind of Nature, right? He did end up selling it for the Has Claws for some extra sustainability into that late game there. But like I said, even though he secured the item, Lucas was the one to be able to deal that magic damage to burst him down, right? We are seeing, looking at the tower push coming in, Lane and Beatrix there being able to almost evenly, you know, open up the map for their side, right? Basic on this plot, he had a really pretty strong early game, so he does have that tower push on his side as well. Looking at the team fight compositions coming in from both teams here, even though the kills are in favor of the Valley right now, the team fight participation and the answers started stacking up for the side of Beat the Odds, and they were definitely able to close out this game.
Man, if that's not excellence in its finest, I don't know what is. Beat the Odds on fire. I can't even say how many of y'all thought the Valley was going to take that, right? That was a comeback at its finest, 19 minutes in to turn it around again. This is what we've seen in game 2, right? The Valley was looking very strong, almost closed it out, and then something just came online for Beat the Odds, and they proved the entire world wrong and was able to take yet another game, which is going to give them a huge advantage now, 2-1 over the Valley. That's right, Beat the Odds has claimed the third game of the day, as both these teams are competing in the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. As we close the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2, we've officially partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams a chance to compete for a total cash prize of $700 US. Not to mention Moonton, amazing sponsorship, chipping in 25,000 diamonds to first place, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. And it does not stop there, as we've seen all these teams, these 16 teams, big names in North America, competing it out for that #1 spot. Only 2 teams made it, and that was the Valley and Beat the Odds. And currently we are seeing Beat the Odds 2-1 taking game 3, and the show does not stop there. The question of the day is, are we going to see the Valley respond back and take game 4? Are we going to see a huge advantage for the side of Beat the Odds to be able to take us to a 3-1? And we know what happens when it's 3-1. It's very tricky to get that reverse sweep. So show. I know one thing's for certain, we're definitely in for a show. Definitely look at the polls as they are going to be live on Facebook, and let us know who you guys are voting for match 4. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be right back with you guys for the next game.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speaking for the stars. Promise show me what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of severing good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes around me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of severing good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes around me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, an insane turnaround. Beat the odds, able to close it out yet again, 2 games in a row to take them 2-1 up against the Valley. Currently, we are hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament as we open up the gates for Season 2, close the doors for Season 1. Partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams the chance to compete for a total cash prize of $700 US, not to mention Moonton with the amazing prize pool of first place receiving 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. It doesn't just stop there. Like we said, 16 teams who competed their way up into the grand finals, where we're only seeing 2 able to make it, and that is the Valley versus Beat the Odds. 2 amazing teams able to get sweeps in every single phase of this tournament. And now, as we are embarking into the 4th match of the day, Beat the Odds leading 2-1. The polls are definitely up. Let us know who you guys are voting for taking this next match. Are we going to see the Valley even it out 2-2, or are we going to see the side of Beat the Odds yet another game in their favor take it 3-1? Joined on the desk today, we have the amazing caster making a special appearance for the MLSA. You're going to see him in additional seasons as well, so we do prevail through the Land of the Dawn. Derek Johnson, also going by the name of DJ, has stepped in the building. How you doing today, my man?
Very, very good, and I gotta say it is an honor to be here and cast here, and especially during this event. You know, we got the #1 NA team against Beat the Odds. Now, these guys are really standing up for their names. I gotta tell you, Steph. You know, they're these guys. How consistent they got 7 games total to win the majority of. So you know what? They gotta stay consistent. They gotta stay focused. You know, they gotta know that they have a grip and they can't let go of that grip. You know, and aside from the Valley, they gotta stick up to their name. You know, they're the #1 team. They also don't want to lose to just anybody. You know, they want to make it all the way through. So we'll see what happens.
I definitely agree with you there. The Valley, the team that led the way to M4, leading for North America, the best team in NA. Definitely holding that title, but a little bit of a roster change, right? Best player is on the team right now in Milo in place of Mobazane and also Hoon. And also Yureshi is in the building kind of competing it out instead of Chicken. And I'd love to see, even though they do have a roster change, they're still able to make the most out of all these engagements and make their way to the finals. Definitely showing you, even with the roster change, they're top tier. But speaking of top tier, Beat the Odds, can't count them out. They're currently leading the way right now in the grand finals, 2-1. They're also 2 wins in a row right now, and they are currently on fire. It seems like a similar pattern, right? We see the Valley have a really great time in the early phase, but when it comes to these last-minute decisions late game, Beat the Odds kind of having a little bit of a slight advantage over them and take advantage to close it out with these victories. And I gotta say, living up to their name, Beat the Odds, definitely beating the odds right now.
Yeah, so it all comes down to the next game. So after this, they got to win a total of 5. Is that right? If they win the next 2 games, I believe.
That's right.
They got it all. So
first to 4 wins.
You know, they're very close, and that will show a huge statement that there's a lot of other NA teams coming forward. And we're going to make our name for ourselves. And eventually we're going to get the #1 spot. You know, we have the talent, you know, and these are guys that, you know, don't necessarily have the time full. You know, they got full-time jobs. They go to school and, you know, so to put in the time to get together and practice and, you know, make it all the way up to this point and competing and beating one of the best team that we have. Actually, in your opinion, Steph, how would you say the changes of the draft has been for them? Have they, you know, improved, or, you know, were they better with their old draft, in your opinion?
For the side of the Valley?
Yes.
So with the roster changes and the way the draft's been working, I mean, something different, right, that we're not seeing usually when Mobazane slotted in here is the assassin pool. We're seeing a lot more assassins from best player. Godly Fanny, one of the best in North America. So I definitely think that is a huge difference. A lot of teams aren't really worried about banning out that Fanny when they go up against Mobazane, but when you put best player into the picture, it creates an even more diverse draft for the side of the Valley. Not to mention Yureshi, right? Chicken's a great XP. Can't take him from that. But Yureshi's still able to go toe-to-toe with him in that XP lane, and he definitely is letting his name be known in the Land of the Dawn, leading the way on a lot of these engagements for tons of these matches throughout this tournament. But speaking of engagement, speaking of XP laners, best player is going to lock in this Martis as the jungler for the side of the Valley.
Yeah, and it seems like they're sticking to the meta heroes. You got the Martis, you got the carry, and of course on the side of the well, beat the odds, they got the Hayabusa. We've been seeing a lot of Hayabusas come out lately. Pretty aggressive, very he could slip away from you in and out of a fight. And they're mixing it. They got Grok. They need a balance of a bit of tankiness. And then you got a Valentina. That's pretty good. But aside Franco's ult, she's got Martis. Maybe they want to stick to heroes that she doesn't benefit as much as the ult. But they're looking for. So far, they got a good early aggression on both sides. I would have to say so far, I would give the winning side based on the picks, based on the fighter that could be more aggressive early, to beat an assassin. That's where they have the advantage so far. And with the carry ensuring their late game, they definitely don't want to let that carry farm.
Yeah, definitely having to be careful over there on that carry, that late game menace, and not to mention with Basic holding that title, you've seen him in M4 kind of dominating with it, and now to pick it up for the Valentine Dash Grand Finals is something you have to watch out for. Yeah, but you are mentioning these tanks, right? You are seeing Toadnak over there on this Atlas, gonna have that Fatal Links in play right now, and they also have this Valentina to be able to get that bloody hunt from the Franco, so they do have suppression. But wait a minute, with Milo locking in this Faramis, that's gonna allow Lucas to pick that up on that Colt Altar, and now with that Valentina, there's some great ultimates to choose from to benefit the side to beat the odds.
Well, they got a lot of early game with those two heroes they're considering right there. Fredrin, another beast tank, mixed with Faramis. Now you're looking to make a play. So they're looking to go for an aggressive dive. And it looks like if they're considering Yu Zhang, it's still pretty good. You got the Petrify. Go dragon mode, you can easily dive the marksman. Now we're lacking late game. Oh, there we go. We've got a Fedrin lock. Now they're looking for a late game or something that can melt the tanks. Or I'm not too sure what they're gonna go. Beatrix is perfect. See, Beatrix is a great pick. It's a bit. You have the range to push away early the carry. So it really comes down to if they could help their marksman get farmed. Whichever marksman's gonna take the lead is going to have a great lead in this game. So I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of aggression in the marksman lane. So
yeah, definitely looking at a lot of aggression for sure. I mean, Basic having that carry, and not to mention best player over there on this Martis. We've seen him slide in a lot of these assassins, but going for more of this Martis, I'm definitely going to see how he kind of works on that. As Martis is one of those strong junglers who has the mortal coils, the anti-CC to work in his favor, and he can lead the way in the early phase, especially with that decimation, spelling the low HP, getting some additional attack speed off of it if he does secure that kill with it, and you have to watch out for him. But looking at beat the odds, already on that momentum boost, 2 wins in a row, 2-1, leading the way. As ladies and gentlemen, we are in the grand finals, and right now, beat the odds. Beating the odds has a huge advantage if they can take this game. But wait a minute. All right, the Valley taking their pause, their first pause, and their only pause for this game within 16 seconds. So we are gonna pivot back over to the caster's desk.
So I'm not sure if it's like strategic pauses or real technical issues. Maybe that's the reason why they're losing, but we don't know for sure. But if they're just maybe using that as strategic time, like, guys, okay, what's the first objectives, kind of, then that could be good. But, I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's going on right now. And with that pause, like I said, they only get 1 pause per match now. They kind of went over their limit. Now that with that nice and early pause, it's definitely an advantage for the side of beat the odds. Those pauses were definitely kind of catching them off guard in some awkward situations. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. Beat the odds definitely having the advantage 2-1 right now. They are looking very strong. They also have 2 pauses in their favor if they ever want to use them, but looks like they are not having any issues with this lag connection. But like we said, 2-1 right now, backs against the wall. The Valley, they need to find some answers. If Beat the Odds can take this one and take the 3rd win in a row, that's going to put them in a hard situation. That would mean they have to win 3 games in a row to close this out against Beat the Odds. As right now, just so impressive on how they're able to capitalize in the late game, coming alive when their backs are against the wall. And every time, it's a similar situation. The Valley leading in the early phase, and then you see Beat the Odds somehow able to turn it around and wait for that mistake and make the most out of it.
Yes, and here's the thing: when you're playing at this level, right, you can't make a single mistake. Every single mistake can be crucial. You know, it's just like a game of chess. One mistake, one blunder, you could be done. And a team that, when they're so synchronized and they see that material, like, hey, we just caught off their tank, this is the time we can get in, you know, like, and they'll synchronize their lineup so perfectly. So you don't want to make mistakes. And also, you know, I tend to go more for the underdogs. A part of me likes the underdogs, but at the same time, I would be satisfied with whatever happens, whichever team advances at the end of the day. At the end of the day, I like both these teams. But the underdog would be Beat the Odds, you know, like if they can come through. And here's the biggest challenge for underdogs is that when they start to feel the pressure normally, you know, at first, especially if it's their first time ranking up, when they know they're up on against a good team, like, hey, we got 2 wins ahead, you know, they get a little nervous, but you can't have that mindset. You got to stick to the end, guys. We got it ahead. Let's stick to our game, stick as focused as we can, as best we possibly can. And you know what? People can make mistakes, you know, so it takes that one mistake to win the game. You know, we've seen it all the time.
Yeah, you're definitely right. You need to watch out for these mistakes. And it looks like a little bit of an issue from one of their members, maybe DCing in the draft. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break. Definitely don't go anywhere, as we got to make sure the Valley gets back online to be able to continue this out. But right now, they're definitely having a little bit of trouble with connection, and we kind of apologize on their behalf for that. But we will be embarking back into this match momentarily, and I hope to see you guys here shortly.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's the
just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it up the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. A little bit of apology on some technical difficulties over there. A little bit of one of the players, Yureshi, got canceled out of the draft, wasn't able to prevail onto the match. But now both teams are ready as we are getting ready for game 4. Looking at the Valley versus Beat the Odds. Beat the Odds leading 2-1. And right now, some insane drafting already on the table as both these teams are getting ready to compete. We are joined on the desk with DJ Derek Johnson in the building. First appearance for the MLSA to go ahead and paint the picture for the play-by-play, and I will be your analyst. How you doing today, DJ?
Very, very good. I'm excited to be here once again. We're back on. All right, guys. They're kicking it off where they were. We're seeing already some early aggression, as I predicted with the Franco. You know he's going to do his thing, but, these guys came prepared. They got Atlas as a meat shield. And, I'd say this game could go any way in the draft. I honestly can't determine who's going to win this game yet. It's really going to come down to the players. Who's hungrier.
And speaking of who's hungrier, you are seeing already some early engagement. Looking at these drafts so far, right? Super Shark picking up this Franco. Is going to go ahead and try and deny foe on that Hayabusa. Able to have that Bloody Hunt. Definitely working in his favor. They have Milo on this Feramis for the Colt Altar, but keep in mind Lucas, right, running this Valentina to be able to steal their ultimates and use it against them. And that is definitely a little bit of an upscale battle right now for the side of the Valley, and having to be careful on their placement as we do go in for these clashes for these neutral objectives. Both of these teams getting ready to get their level 4 and take this neutral objective turtle for their first early game power spike.
Right, yeah. And as you see, we're seeing just a little bit of early poke. You know, both teams know what to do, where to be, what the positioning should be. So they're playing very cautiously. Oh, then we're seeing a little bit of aggression now. Oh, taking down to half health. Hayabusa popping the ult, and there we go, living by a tiny bit of HP, the Faramis, as the Grog picks up the speedy boots. You know, we're going to see him running around the map pretty soon. Bottom lane seems pretty neutral. Both teams are just setting in, you know, just farming. You know, they both know they're in a bush. And again, a little bit of early action in the mid lane, probably the most action. But we see a turtle coming up. We already see Mardis. Okay, there we go. Just getting familiar with that skin. Getting in. We got a first kill. Okay, I gotta...
Yeah, you are seeing first blood right there. That was picked up from the side of the Valley, and now shifting their focus over to this turtle. Best player is going to go ahead and pick that up.
To the side of the Valley. Yep, there we go. So, you know, the experience comes with mostly seeing the side of the Valley, taking the early aggression, as they should be. They've been very well trained. Heck, these guys train across the map. They're, you know, and they're competing on the World League. So, you know, there's a good chance we're going to see most, you know, I'll be surprised if I do see Beat the Odds come in early game. But I feel like they're one of those late game waiting for the opportunity. And we're seeing already some action bottom lane as the Beatrix switches between the sniper to this machine gun, still farming. As we got the Franco and the Faramis just scouting around the turtle, looking to see that's going to be up in 70 seconds, already preparing the position. As you can see how Franco would scout with the hook on the bushes to see if there's any heroes. It's always got to predict that, hey, already we see action. Atlas grabs, that was so quick. We already see Franco been taken out with both Atlas's ult and Hayabusa with blasted with Valentina. See, that's some early game aggression. Great on Beat the Odds. Using that early game aggression positioning, catching someone just scouting a bush like the tank. I see Franco is not the best early game tank in my opinion. So, you know, if he gets caught out just scouting a bush early game, he's gonna go down pretty quick.
Yeah, you definitely have to watch out for that. But look at the engagement over there by the blue buff.
Yes, already we see some aggression. Franco using his ulti, taking down the Hayabusa. Definitely don't want to be caught by Franco. He's got his flicker ult that he can instantly get you. And we're seeing the blue being taken down, and Faramis popping his ult. And I see the winner seems to be on the side of the Valley, taking down. I'm not sure if they did get the blue. Now they're already taking the early aggression, taking both buffs simultaneously, the turtle and the red, but nope, they're interrupting the red. You know, they wouldn't let him get him at least the red, you know, so gotta save that jungle some minions. But we're seeing a heavy aggression just being picked out of nowhere by the Valley, so they're getting the rhythm again. So Beat the Odds, they gotta keep their composure.
Yeah, definitely needing to keep their composure. Right now, similar situation to Game 2 and Game 3. The Valley coming on live for the early game, definitely having the answers, and Beat the Odds looking a little shaky, but this is not something out of the ordinary. We've seen this time and time again. Beat the Odds kind of shines during the late and mid phases, and right now the Valley leading the way, already taking the tier 1 turret for the bottom side, is going to give them a little bit of additional gold for this early phase 5 minutes in, right? They're leading by 3,000 gold, looking at the item so far, but wait a minute, engagement on the mid-river, possibly is tilting that.
Engagement going in from Atlas. Popping in the Hayabusa, all day. He's got the Faramis, and popping the out from Faramis, we got the Atlas popping, Valentina copying. Oh my god, there's so much going on, but Atlas gets caught out by the Mardis' ult. Seems like the Valley picks up an advantage kill once again. The early advantage, as I mentioned, goes to the fighter over the assassin in a 5v5. See, that's what they got to stay away from. in the early game. And then we're seeing a pickup kill from carry. That you want to definitely be careful that a carry's out there farming, gets a kill on your tank, on the Grok there, and is taking out the tier tower. See, that's very dangerous. I would say the winner for the late game, just due to that carry, could be carry if they know exactly how to protect them. And, you know, I wouldn't doubt that the Valley wouldn't. And we're seeing an engagement going in by the Atlas. Oh, we can't see what's going on mid, but oh, there we go. Okay, he decides to disengage while there's another fight. And it seems like everything's going back to neutral now as the turtle spawns. And we see Martis already engaging the aggression on the turtle while Fredrin is already taking the, everyone is just on Fredrin rather than, already he's being taken down, being copied by Atlas's ult, going in with the Faramis ult. The fight is being over aggression there. There goes the Martis getting a triple kill. Oh my goodness, he's still going as the Grok is the only one that gets away, as the Hayabusa has nothing to do but, side push, because he does not have the aggression over a fighter. So this is going really bad for Beat the Odds this time. The draft, I gotta say, with this early advantage, it looks like it's gonna go to the Valley as they take another tower. Jeez, they're coming down hard. And I'm not too sure. I don't think the Valley is gonna let go of this game this round.
You are seeing a good start, right? Milo picking up a kill, takes down Foe over there on the top side. Leading 9-1 right now, only 7 minutes in. The Valley figuring out some answers, as we have been seeing throughout match 1, 2, and 3, taking the early game, but this time a little bit faster than usual, as they are now down to their inhibitor for the bottom side. Beat the Odds definitely needing to play a little bit more passive, as if they continue to let these objectives go this early, you will possibly see the side of the Valley snowball and take the early finish.
Yes, and we're seeing another team fight going on, and again, they should not be starting these early team fights. That they have learned their lesson. They should wait before the Faramis' ult is out, and then recounter with an attack using Valentina's ult, taking Faramis' would probably be their best play to counteract this. But this is, they got to stay away from the common mistake. If you can't win the fight, you got to pick your battles. So you got to know when to back away. But they lose both Grok and the jungler Hayabusa, and they're again being aggressive, taking the mid and top tower, going on for the inhibitor tower there at bottom. The bubble is already popped, and a mid turret goes down. This is taking on as well the top turret, and now we got Hayabusa going on to the carry and is taken out, picking up. Oh, and we see an Atlas ult. We're seeing Beatrix ult. We're seeing a counter play taken with my advice. I was saying that Valentina copied Faramis, but it seems they're still out farmed, so they got to pick and choose their battles. They seem to back off a little bit, but Hayabusa gets picked off. That's it. They got exactly. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely a crazy engagement right now. But something the Valley did take is all of these turrets now, and you're looking at Beat the Odds down to their inhibitors. Not really where you want to be. Yes, they have the insurance of having 2 games to 1, but right now, looking like the Valley trying to lead the way. Heavy aggression onto your Reshi.
Oh, we're gonna see another team fight again. You gotta retreat, pick your battles. They see the damage coming on, but then they see they can pick an opportunity to pick Grok off. And there goes down the Grok, going the kill to the carry as Hayabusa jumps into the Fredrin. Jumped by Atlas, all ending the Fredrin, taken out by the Beatrix. Jeez, we're seeing an equal trade in the tank. Oh, and then you got the Franco. He's always going to be hooking that jungle.
Yeah, you have to watch out for that. It's super sharp. He's going to go ahead and pick up that red buff. Definitely being a menace over there, showing his mastery over these Rome heroes over there on that Franco. And now looking at the side of Beat the Odds, having to contest the full team of the Valley with Yureshi spawning in 2 seconds, and also the Lord crashing down the mid lane. Look at Foe, though, rushing in, Quad Shadow.
We're going to see an engagement here. There goes the Lord. It's not a first Lord, but then countered by the Beatrix. Lord is stunned for a minute by the wall. They're taking out level 1 Lord, not even doing any damage to the turret. Exactly how you got to play it right now with the gold difference. And they're only 13 to 4. They really got to play it out exactly like how they've been playing it out. They got to keep their composure. They got to farm from the turret. It's a lot harder to take the turrets if you're defending it up top. And they can counterplay. You know, that's it. Then they're getting an engagement from Atlas. Pop that ulti by the Faramis. And then we're seeing an all-in attack diving by the turret. We see Beatrix popping off because Valentina counter ults, but gets grabbed and ultied and done up by the carry with the combination of Franco taking down the bottom inhibitor. Now that is some serious damage. They're all alive. They're all diving in, taking out the mid. This looks like game. They're going in. They don't care. They got her outnumbering. They got their full force. They got their full lineup in perfect positioning. Grok lives barely with 1 HP as we see the marksman going down. A nice counter attack. They're taking them down. They kill. And then Faramis pops the ult, and we're seeing a lot of Beatrix. Oh my goodness, we're seeing an equal 3v4 battle. It's not equal, but they're holding a composure, and then there goes the carry popping off. This is done up, and they're getting a wipe out, diving in right into their face. It is over.
Man, what a game. The Valley able to close it out. The early finish, 12 minutes in, the fastest game of today for the grand finals. Able to even up the scoreboard 2-2. An MVP going into the hands of Milo over there on the Faramis in the mid lane. Man, I gotta wonder what happened there, right? We've seen Beat the Odds usually having a hard time in the early phase, but not that hard of a time like we've seen in today's match in the Valley. I don't know. Maybe they found a little bit of a switch to flicker on, and they were able to take that victory to even out the score 2-2. Looking at the statistics currently for today's match, you are seeing 51% turret damage into the hands of Basic over there on this carry. And I gotta say, an excellent draft, but also some excellent execution. And ladies and gentlemen, that is gonna finalize both of these teams competing so far 2-2 on match 4. Special shout out to DJ, his first time ever casting, so definitely shout out to him taking the opportunity to cast with us, and I look forward to throwing you on some of these seasons to go ahead and perfect that craft. But guys, it's been insane, right? 2-2. Who would have thought Beat the Odds would have had such a hard game for match 4, and now with a little bit of that momentum boost, a win on their side, the Valley was able to even out the scoreboard as we are officially hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament to close the doors for Season 1 and open up the gates for Season 2. We've officially partnered up with Raz to give first place a total cash prize of $700 US, and also Moonton provides an amazing prize pool for the 16 teams competing. First place getting 25,000 diamonds. Second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. Not to mention all the top teams in North America and some new faces as well competing throughout all of these phases that we have seen this weekend. And I gotta say, to close it out right now, the Valley going up against Beat the Odds, currently tied 2-2. Don't go anywhere, grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be jumping straight into Game 5 momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fame.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, We push you back. You respect us. We respect you back. You doubt us. We will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, currently hosting the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. And right now we are on the grand finals, watching two amazing teams, the best top two teams in this entire tournament, competing for the #1 position, a total cash prize of $700 and 25,000 diamonds. You're currently looking at the Valley going up against Beat the Odds in a best of 7. And right now, the Valley able to take game 4, even up the odds, and take it 2-2 on the scoreboard in terms of wins. Both of these teams are currently tied up going into game 5, and I gotta say, the fourth match was a little shaky. We've seen the Valley find all the answers and dominate and have a 12-minute finish. So we need to see Beat the Odds kind of respond and not allow them to have that early aggressive tempo working in their favor. But as we jump into game 5, something about Beat the Odds is we know when they're under pressure, they can kind of flip that script. You've seen them do it twice in a row to take game 2 and 3. And now with them evened up on the scoreboard, both of these teams have a lot to prove. And there are only really 2 more games, you know? So I really want to see how this kind of plays out. Both these teams competing in best of 7, so first team to get 4 wins will prevail in that best of 4. But speaking of this series, we are joined on the desk with the On Point analyst. You've seen him inside of MLSA Season 1 and also Season 2. Master Rim has joined the desk to give the keys to victory and also the breakdowns of items, and I will be your play-by-play to paint this perfect picture. But speaking of perfect picture, both these teams already inside of the draft, figuring out their game strategy for game 5. How you doing today, Rim?
Doing great, but I know these two teams are definitely doing better, right? We are seeing this sort of Beat the Odds already taking out some of the things that they struggled with in the last game, right? We do see that Martis being banned out in that first half of the draft, as well as that Kaja, right? The Martis being able to secure those final kills with that ultimate, right? But speaking of being able to secure those final kills, we are seeing Foe lock in this Fanny as their prio pick, right? And I like it because the Eve is still open, right? But that Franco is still on that board, right? We do know that suppression is one of Fanny's biggest counter, and Shark has no problem going against it. And Weezy, I'm afraid that we're gonna see a rematch. The first time Beat the Odds picked up this Fanny, we already see that stun coming in from basic with this Brody, right? And we do, I don't know if you recall, but when Foe tried to jump in that previous game there, he got stunned with the Brody and the Lolita and both under. Okay, but I guess they learned their lesson, right? They did slot it in, so I'm a little more, you know, safe for this Fanny pick here in the first half of the draft.
Yeah, you are seeing that Brody be picked up by Basic, and you make some good points, right? When the Fanny rushes in, Brody does have the stun. He has the Flicker to be able to get out. Not to mention the Torn Apart Memory just has a very insane range to do some damage. But Totenak picking up the Slowlita is going to kind of deny that over there with that Bulwark Shield. So definitely having to watch out for that. But looking at Sir Bossy, right? A little bit of a direct counter over the Milo. Yes, I know even when he drops down with the Black Dragon, it's not going to be able to completely stop the manipulation, but he can harass and do some serious damage and possibly burst him out of this game. And I'm liking the way the draft is looking so far. Milo slotting in this Eve. It's going to be a little bit of an upscale battle, right? Not only does Sir Bossy have the Black Dragon with the mobility, but you also have Foe on this Fanny with the power of the steel cables to prevail and get to that back line. So you are going to have a little bit of protection if you do want Milo to kind of pop off with these manipulations.
Absolutely, but there's 2 picks on the board right now that I would like to see. If it's not banned out, I want this out of Beat the Odds to pick it up, right? And that's going to be the majors. The Valentine are still on the board, right? She's going to be able to steal that real world manipulation. And that paired up with Totenak on this Lolita with that Luminum Blast is going to enable Sir Bossy to come in with that Black Dragon and then Foe to potentially secure those cleanups, right? That's one option for the side of Big the Odds. The second being Farsa. I would love to see them pick up one of those picks as it is still open for the mid lane, right? She does outzone that Eve. She has more burst, as I mentioned before, and she has an easier time escaping picks like best player. There with that Frederick, she has the win by wings at her disposal. So she'll also be able to potentially, escape that shot, the mirror image there coming in from basic on this Brody, right? So that's a lot of good options. Even though, like I said, the Valentina can steal that real world manipulation, I would like to see them pick up that Farsa, only because she has a little more safe scaling in terms of dealing damage, right? The Valentina would still have to go up pretty close, and I don't think that's gonna benefit the side of Beat the Odds too much, as the side of the Valley they're good at punishing, right? And I'm afraid that if they do pick up that Valentina, she's not gonna have such an easy time executing that draft.
And you are looking at Super Shark hovering over this Franco as a denial over there to foe on that Fanny. And we were looking at the cause of being banned. Typically when you see that, you expect one of the teams to pick out an assassin. And now with Super Shark picking up the only other suppression on the board minus that Saber, that is some good denial up against foe. But one thing that the side of Beat the Odds does have is the early game presence, right? Sir Bossy over there. You do have Fanny kind of leading the way in the early game, trying to get some potential pickoffs on the sidelines. But speaking of early game, and speaking of backlines, you are seeing Lucas pick up this Farza, and then Gina gonna combo with some additional magic damage to take this Harith inside of the gold lane up against basic.
No, I like it, right? Like I said, Farsa, one of the better picks. Like I said, it's either the Eve or Farsa. There was only two answers, but we are seeing the side of the Valley potentially locking that lane. They're gonna go over and hover over Yureshi with this Liam pick, and I'm not against it, right? But they also have this Fredrin. Are we gonna put the Fredrin in the EXP laner up against Bossy on this Yuuzhan? I'm not too sure how that rotation is gonna go, as Bossy would be able to out-rotate him, right? And that's not what you want. You want your EXP laner to be someone who's able to apply that pressure. And they're gonna go ahead and lock in the lane. Now, I like it for the jungle for two reasons, right? He has some ability. He's able to secure those objectives, and also a third, actually, is he's able to lock down Lucas there, as she isn't a mobile mage. But also, like I said, I'm not sure how I feel about this Fredrin going up against this Yuuzhan in terms of rotations and team fights here, Weezy. But the drafts are finalized. Both teams locked in their final picks. Which draft are you in favor of right now? There's a lot of strong things on the board for both sides.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of strong things for both sides, but right now, I'm leaning more toward the side of the Valley, right? They have Fredrin, they slotted him over to that XP lane, which is going to guarantee some CC in their advantage, especially when you're going up against that Yuzong. It's not the worst matchup, right? Slotting that Ling in for the jungler is a wise decision, and that's what happens when you pick a flex player, right? You have Yureshi over there who can play multiple heroes and also multiple roles, but not to mention when you put that hero who was flex, that Fredrin who could be the jungler or the XP, it opens up the draft a lot more, and that's what we've seen the Valley kind of focus in on. And I think it was an excellent read to pick up this Ling, especially not to mention they have the Franco at their disposal to kind of disrupt Fanny's early game, and I think it's a really good counter. But speaking of counters, Milo may be a possible problem, as he is going to have a little bit of an upscale battle himself going up against this Fanny rushing in, not to mention also going up against the Harith and the Yuzong to try and get to that backline. But speaking of backlines, Bo wasting no time getting that blue buff and trying to get a possible early kill, but denied from the side of the Valley.
Absolutely, but they're gonna go ahead and try and disengage here. And I like that you mentioned early game without Fanny, right? Because that's what Beat the Odds needs. They have to pick up this momentum to secure this early game, because locking in those two magic dealers and looking at their other options, they do have the Fanny, they have to use Zhong, but in terms of late game push potential, they're going to fall off in comparison to the Valley, right? They have basic, they have Yureshi, she's going to be able to open up the map. They also have Milo there on this Eve with those real world manipulations to zone those towers and objectives so that they can push and engage in these lanes, right? But speaking of engaging in lanes here, we are seeing Lolita setting up in the top side to protect this Harith and give him a little more vision on the map, which is good, right? A beautiful read there coming in from top neck as they're gonna try to prioritize these lanes to potentially go in for this first turtle fight. But the Valley, their presence at the top side is heavy.
Speaking of presence, you are seeing the steel cables over there by Foe, wasting a lot of energy, forcing out the recall. Now, one thing about this draft, right, like you kind of mentioned, the early game presence definitely leaning toward the side of BT odds, but the later this game goes, pay attention to Basic. He has the Brody, and he can definitely burst down these turrets a lot easier than that Harith can. And when it comes to, like you stated, push potential, it's definitely more for the side of the Valley, and you have to kind of ease in on that and work toward the composition that you built. And right now, with it being 2-2, I'm not really sure that was the wisest decision in the draft for the side of BT odds. A little risky in my opinion, especially with everything on the line and both teams kind of tied up. Typically you see this kind of draft if you were a little ahead, but I gotta see, maybe they'll make us bite our words, as we are seeing this Harith in the gold lane up against Basic. I've seen it work over there in the C server, but I don't know. Without having that push potential, especially going up against this Brody who has the range to torn apart memories, it may be a little bit of a harder time to see Gina get online. But speaking online, the stun and the feather airstrike going down for a possible kill. Gina is going to take down Basic with the assist of his team. The 4-man rotation to the top side. Super Shark left by himself. Going to go ahead and use the Iron Hook on this minion. In an excellent play from the side of BTS to pick up first blood.
But an equally excellent play coming up from Shark there, right? He was able to hook the minion out of the tower's range so they wouldn't be able to fully capitalize on that push. Even though they are getting some more minions out there, I think Basic is going to be able to clear that lane. But I have to commend the side of Beat the Odds, right? They are evened up on the board right now. It is 2-2 like you mentioned, but that's the thing about these snowball compositions, right? Once you're able to execute it and you get those pickups, those sets and those combos, and you're able to layer those skills on top of each other, it works, right? And like I said, it's a snowball composition. So once they're able to pick up this early game momentum and be consistent with it during that 5 to 10 minute mark, they're going to be good. But speaking of things that's not good here,
you are going to see Totenak caught out of position. Basic going to take him down with the assist of that bloody hunt by Shark. But look at Lucas doing some damage. Steel cables going out with the feather airstrike to combo with it. Shark taking some serious damage, down to about a quarter of HP. And now Foe forced to go back. Does not have that energy as he still needs to get that blue buff. But look at the Iron Hook into the bush, almost connecting over there on Gina. Trying to pill, not allow them to invade over there for Foe's blue buff.
now, the thing with the Valley is they're not afraid to secure these pickoffs, even if it's on the 10, right? And I want to see Beat the Odds start to keep that momentum. But speaking of momentum,
you already seen the manipulation go down the battle over the turtle in play. Milo picking up a kill, takes down Totenak, but furious dive over by Serbasi. Foe picking up the turtle. Serbasi taking down Shark on the Franco, but basically gonna respond, takes out Yuzong. Down goes Serbasi. You are gonna see the Zaman force over there by Hera to connect with the Chrono Dash, getting a kill. Foe picking up a kill down Milo. Milo taking him down as well. What is going on right now? 4-4 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, you are seeing the gold lead still in favor for Beat the Odds.
That's what they need, right? Especially with the snowball composition, because the moment it drops below that mark, it's going to be an uphill battle for them, right? We're almost at that 5-minute mark, and I want to take a minute to look at some of these items here, right? We are seeing Harith actually being able to secure that Calamity Reaper unlock, and that true damage is going to help him be able to burst down that Brody in the top side, right? Speaking of burst, Farsha already on starting to come online with that Clock of Destiny. It's going to be able to help her scale up, stack up those passes to be able to do some damage. And speaking of damage here, Basic.
You already seen the stun with the Numenon Blast and the assist. Totenak picking up the kill with the Feathered Airstrike. Rained down by Lucas. Down goes Basic. 2-3-1 KDA having a hard time coming online. Totenak with the zonage on the Shark. It's going to open up the opportunity for Gina to push in this top turret, and it looks like they are going to go ahead and secure that. A good read from the side of Beat the Odds, but look at the bottom lane. Serbasi 2v1, forced to use the Black Dragon. No minions are in play though, and he is going to be able to get out just in time. I gotta say, this is a little different than what we've seen in game 1, 2, and 3. We're seeing Beat the Odds lead the way for the early phase.
Absolutely right, but they're not done though.
As Lucas rains down, Feather Airstrike taking out Milo. Here comes the steel cables by Fanny. Best player clearing the minions in the mid lane. Basic joining the fight. Here comes Super Shark trying to get an Iron Hook, but not gonna go ahead and throw one out. And right now, 6-4, you're seeing Beat the Odds coming alive. And the question is, how long can this last, right? The later this game goes, it is going to be more in favor of the Valley. It's a ticking time bomb, and they have to make sure they make the most out of these engagements. Turtle spawning in, and you are seeing Foe wasting no time. It's going to go ahead and pull up that aggro.
The side of the Valley right now, they have to look for a pickoff, right? Try to secure Lucas on this Farsa, bait out the Purify. Speaking of things being baited out, the Feather Airstrike going down to provide some zone for this turtle, but is gonna go ahead and be picked up for the side of the odds here. And it's like I said, they have the snowball composition, and they have to be able to engage and maintain this early game momentum and pressure that they have right now. Because the moment they allow an opening for the Valley, they're definitely going to start having a harder time. But speaking of hard times, Sabasi in a hard position.
Oh, using the Furious Dive, the Bloody Hunt trying to connect, but here it goes. Suppression. Tips of Blaze going down by Ling. Manipulation dropping down. Milo picking up a kill, taking out Serbasi. Basic taking down Foe. 2 members off the board into the caster desk for Beat the Odds. And tier 1 turret for the bottom side going to the Valley. But look at your Reshi taking some serious damage. Feather Airstrike going down, making it rain. Luke's going to take down Milo. And man, what a play. Milo and Shark are off of the board, and I gotta say that Farza is definitely hitting hard. 3-0-4 7 minutes in.
That's good, right? They were able to get a trade off and let the Valley be punished for taking one of their members, right? They have to put some more pressure, though. They have to try and even out the map economy right now. Put some more pressure on Basic. You have the Farsa with the feathered airstrikes. Be able to burst him down and then have Foe there on this Fanny just dash in to be able to do these cleanups, right? Don't be afraid to use that burst. You have the items coming in. Use your damage, use your skills, use the utility, and don't be afraid to get a pick off, because the side of the Valley right now, they're taking those. And speaking of things being taken, the odds here trying to take this tower.
Looks like Moonton Blast going in to secure it. You are going to see the side of Beat the Odds taking some real estate. Down goes the manipulation with the feathered airstrike. Zaman Force. Gina going to pick up a kill, take down Shark. Still Cables going in. Ling joining the fight. Best player trying to find a pick off. Totenak dropped dangerously low. Basic going to find Gina, take him down, but falls himself into the hands of Foe. And you are seeing Best player rushing away with the split push potential. It's going to go ahead and try and take this tier 1 turret for the mid lane. But look at Lucas. Look at Sir Bossy. Furious Dive. Dragon Tail not enough. Shot Essence can't save him, as you are going to see Milo pick up that kill, and down goes the tier 1 for the mid lane. The Valley making the most out of this engagement, translating it over to some objectives.
Now, I was afraid of this Yuzhong going up against Yubashi there in that EX feeling, but I kind of forgot that Petron is that walking petrify, as we like to call him, right? But speaking of petrify,
you're going to see the Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt connecting, and that's going to be Best player making the most out of it, going and securing the kill, taking down Foe, the jungler for the side of Beat the Odds, giving the Valley the advantage to take this Lord with the only retribution into the hands of Best player. But down goes the feathered airstrike, manipulation to respond by Eve, the 5x5s from both sides of the table, and now look at all that mobility. Can still play on the way, wings by wings over there by Milo. Both teams deciding to disengage.
And that's a good choice, right? The roamers are low on HP, but that Franco, he is able to revive some of that HP with that passive, right? But speaking of things to be revived, looking at Lucas on this Farsa, having a good game so far, haven't taken any deaths. He does have those true core items, and I like that he opted in for that Holy Crystal as the 3rd item, right? Deal as much burst as possible. And speaking of burst, they are basic, take it very low.
See the Turner Pot Memory is not able to hit the mark for the 1 HP. Down goes the manipulation, the stun, the feather airstrike to get Milo out of that manipulation. Black Dragon on the back door. Luke's picking up a kill. Gina going to take down Yureshi. You are going to see Sir Bossy pick up a kill as well. 3 members down for the Valley. Lucas going to go ahead and clear the 2-1 turret for the mid lane. Fanny rushing in with the steel cables. Best player in a bad situation. Needing to get out, needing to use a Finch Poise. Cutthroat going in, but he is able to escape with half HP. And you are seeing Beat the Odds turning the tide around in their favor yet again. This is such a flip-flop game. It is insane. You never know which way it's gonna go, but right now it's looking like it's leaning toward the side of Beat the Odds. But down goes the Zaman Force. A response over there by Best player with the Tempest of Blades. Manipulation popping down. Basic finding Totenak, taking out the Roam from the side of Beat the Odds. Getting a double. Is going to go ahead and take out Gina on the Harith. Not done there, though. Yureshi's going to take down Sir Bossy. They overstayed their welcome, and the Valley is going to go ahead and capitalize. Foe is going to secure this Lord, though, with the advantage of the separation, and now using the steel cables to get out of there. And I gotta say, a lot on the line right now. 2-2, 13-13. Beat the Odds taking the Lord, but the Valley winning in terms of kills.
And that's all because they overstayed their welcome, right? I would have liked for all of the members to redirect their focus to that Lord and zone out so Foe could go ahead and secure it, right? these little trades that you're giving to the Valley. Basic is being able to pick up some assists here, and that's just stacking up on his gold, right? He's going to be able to pick up some more items, and it's like we both said in the early game, the side of Beat the Odds, they fall off in that later phases of the match, right? Because when Basic comes online, he's going to be able to secure those finishes and those kills, right? They do have a lot going for them in terms of team fights for the Valley. They have Yoreshi on this veteran to be able to ensure that CC, and it's group CC, right? It's not single target. You have Super Shark on the Franco with the Iron Hook as well as the suppression coming in, and not even counting Milo or Miss Yi with that real world manipulation, right? But speaking of real world manipulations, we are seeing the two assassins in the match just fly by each other and apply some pressure. But like I said, the side of Beat the Odds right now, they have to play it smart. Play safe, play objectively, and don't overextend. Don't overstay your welcome, or else the Valley will punish you down.
It's definitely a very close game. Only 2,000 gold ahead, almost 3,000 now. Beat the Odds leading the way, but not counting the Valley out, right? Both of them pretty much even on the map. Yes, they are down in turrets, but as we are transitioning in, currently in that mid game, going close to that late game, you are going to see Lucas pick up another turret, the tier 2 for the bottom side, and that's going to leave the Valley now down to only their inhibitors, in an excellent gameplay in the later half of this match for the side of Beat the Odds. And now we need to see the Valley actually play a little bit safe. This is like a reverse Uno card from what we've seen in the previous 3 or 4 games. And like I said, 2-2 right now, a lot on the line, neck and neck, blow for a blow, 13-13. The question is, who will be able to make the most out of this situation? This is a huge game, as this is the second to last game we'll see today in the best of 7. But here we go, manipulation going down by Eve, the battle over the blue buff. You are seeing the tips of blades go down, feather airstrike as well. The double 5x5, Gino with the zombie force taking out Yoreshi. The petrify, you are going to see Gino pick up a double, taking out Basic. It looks like they are going to win in that engagement, but look at best player, the backdoor minion push, gonna not allow them to kind of clear up these minions and try and take an inhibitor, and that is a very good read. Best player knowing when to take these fights and also when to get out and create opportunity on the map when they do not have the advantage. But speaking of advantage, Lucas gonna go ahead and try and do some damage with the Finch Poise. He is dangerously behind by the enemy side as they are invading that jungle, and it looks like they are gonna possibly go in. Well, best player being a huge distraction right now. A well-calculated move, but is it gonna be costly? Wait a minute! Was that the feathered airstrike going in? Not really sure that was the wisest answer. They do have a Lord in play, and that was so much utility wasted for the side of Beat the Odds. And I gotta give credit to best player on that read. He knew that there was a potential for some ultimates to be baited out, and with them being baited out, they can possibly take this engagement. But best player may be late to the mark, as you are seeing the side of Beat the Odds trying to take this Luminous Lord. Down goes the feather airstrike, and you are seeing the Black Dragon hovering over, killing spree activated. Gina gonna pick up a kill, taking down Yoreshi. The suppression, the Iron Hook with the Bloody Hunt connecting onto Serbasi. You are seeing a possible kill on the way. Basic gonna use the torn apart memories inside the manipulation. Down goes Yoreshi, but wait a minute. Find it over. Serbasi did fall over there with that torn apart memories on Brody, but you are seeing the Lord go to the side of BTI. It's a huge play right now. Definitely leaning in their favor to possibly close this out and take this game. And we got to see how the side of Valley responds to this Lord push, and not to mention a possible sinkage of lanes.
Now, it's a good thing for the side of the Valley, right? Best player on this lane constantly being what the EXP laner is supposed to be, right? And I guess that makes up for where Frederick is lacking. Like I mentioned, he doesn't have as much utility when paired up against this Lujong, or much movement speed in terms of rotations. And we're seeing best player be able to proxy the lanes. But speaking of lanes here,
the double 5x5, you are seeing the inhibitor be cracked down. Lord still in play. Down goes torn apart memories. Immortality being procced by Totenak. Best player finding the backline, takes out Lucas, activating killing spree. But the fight is not over. 1v5. Basic gonna take down Totenak on that overextension. But you are seeing Beat the Odds able to open up their base now with that inhibitor drop for the mid lane. But the question is that costly? The Valley having all members as we are at the 15-minute mark. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially in the late game, and these cooldown timers to respond back in are going to be very high, so you have to be careful on what fights you take from here. And I think this is again going to go down to the wire with both teams fighting it out for that final clash.
Weezy, you wanted to know how the Valley was going to respond. You saw a response. They took the Farsa, they took the Lolita there just because they were out of position a little bit. But both teams being able to take up a lot of strong items here, right? We do see that Farsa picking up that Divine Glaive. It's going to help with that burst potential coming in. Not only that, it's going to help this Havoc, my bad, be able to deal some additional damage, right? And it does look like she's possibly going to build in for that Genius Wand next. I think she should pick up the Winter Trench Yard just for a little bit of survivability, but speaking of survivability, I can still play.
Over there by the side of Beat the Odds, trying to take the engagement on the Valley. Down goes the manipulation by Milo, but wasted now. Some huge utility knocked off the board. It looks like the side of Beat the Odds is going to go ahead and disengage from this, though. And like we said, this game is now late, and you got to be careful on who falls in these engagements. You got to protect your backlines. You don't want to solo push unless you are one of these assassins with that split push capability. And Foe, realizing, what utility he brings to the table, is going to go ahead and start that. But look at best player's same game plan, and this is what we love to see. These teams knowing exactly what to prioritize, especially in the late game. And ladies and gentlemen, place your votes. Who do you think will take this match, as both of these teams are even 16-16? But wait a minute, may change that right here, as down goes the manipulation with the feather airstrike simultaneously. Lucas picking up a kill. Down goes Yoreshi, the XP lane for the side of the Valley. But look at best player rushing in, trying to get the backline. But now Fanny's gonna shut him down with the cutthroat, and that is 2 members out for the Valley. Sir Bossy hovering around with the Black Dragon, and now a very strong stance. Lord spawning in 2 seconds, and the question is, will they shift their focus over to it? They were able to take out the jungle, and yes, looks like, again, Beat the Odds is going to go for this neutral objective with little to no contest.
And that's what Totnak on that Lolita has to do, right? When he goes in there a little bit prematurely, he's not only puts his team and himself in a bad advantage, but you have to be mindful. You have Lucas on this Farsha. She's not as immobile as the Harrod to be able to dodge this lane that's going to be focusing on her, right? You have to be that anti-engage. Yes, you want to provide vision, but don't overextend that much, because like I said, the Valley is one of those teams, and we're at that point in the game where a pick-off is a pick-off, right? We saw the items, we went over them, everyone is pretty much online, and the damage is there. And at this point, a number advantage just ensures the opposite team with more members to win that team fight, right? But speaking of, we are seeing a setup here.
You are seeing best player drop dangerously low. Foe trying to get the kill. Both of them getting out of that engagement, showing the mastery over this high elo assassins, and they are going to go ahead and recall. But again, simultaneously, the feather airstrike with the manipulation, but Toad not going to get the stun on Milo. Take him down. Black Dragon hovering over. Beat the Odds trying to take this game. They are in full contest, trying to take this turret. The Valley trying to hold them off. Can they stop them? Ladies and gentlemen, down goes the inhibitor for the top side. Beat the Odds still overstaying, though. They are going to continue this fight, but it can be costly. They need to retreat. They were able to take another objective, but no, they're going to stay in. Zombie Force being activated. Down goes the feather airstrike, but canceled out by best player. You are going to see the Nexus get taken, though, by Beat the Odds. Ladies and gentlemen, they have taken game 5.
Beautiful game there coming in from the side of Beat the Odds, right? It's like I said early on in the draft, they had the early game potential. All they had to do was keep that momentum and that drive at their disposal, right? We did see Lucas being able to pick up that MVP there for the side of Beat the Odds, and the side of the Valley not really having a response for it, right? And that's because she's not one of those close range heroes. Looking at the side of the Valley right now, they have a lot of poke at their disposal, but the side of Beat the Odds, they're heroes that is able to kite around those skills, and we definitely saw that being expressed there in those team fights, right? Looking at the statistics here, right? A lot of high team fight participation coming in from this Harrod, this Farsa, and Lolita there, right? Beautiful gameplay, beautiful combos. We saw it the moment they started to focus on basic in that top lane, and they were able to keep up that pressure and that momentum for the rest of the game to be able to secure this win and bring the scores up 3-2.
Man, I don't know what I just seen right there. Man, they're so even in terms of micro and macro. You saw the Ling, you saw the Fanny, you saw the feather airstrike, the manipulation, the Eve, the Farsa, but Beat the Odds closing it out with that Harrod on their side as well. An impressive draft, and I gotta say, they definitely performed it to the fullest. But I gotta say, the Valley, definitely a good team, one of the best in North America, if not the best, has some competition on the way. BT Odds leading right now in this best of 7, the grand finals for the Valentine Dash, the first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament, closing the doors to season 1 and opening up the gates for season 2. Both these teams competing in a total prize pool of $700 going to first place, and 25,000 diamonds provided by Moonton to first place, not to mention second through fourth place getting 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds with that amazing prize pool provided by Raz. And I gotta say, man, super close. I didn't know which way that was going to go. I don't think anybody could have predicted who was going to prevail there. And now, with the side of BT Odds having 3-2, all they need is to take the next game and they will win in this series. But if we see the Valley close it out, we'll be able to go to a game 7. And I got to say, if that doesn't get your blood rushing, I don't know what will. But guys, definitely don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, because the next game is about to be insane. See you guys shortly.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. Man, that last match was insane, and you are seeing BT Odds take over and dominate for Game 5, and that's going to lead them 3-2, and the Valley kind of a little bit under in the score right now. If they do not close out this next game, you'll see the side of BT Odds able to take victory in this entire tournament for first place in the Valentine Dash. So a lot is on the line, a little bit of a breakdown. This is our first ever tournament from the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We've officially partnered up with Raz to give 16 teams a chance to compete in North America for a total cash prize of $700, not to mention Moonton pitching in with the amazing prize pool of 25,000 diamonds going to first place, 15,000 diamonds going to second through fourth place, and 10,000 diamonds going to fifth through eighth place. That's half of the tournament. Kind of getting a little bit of that prize pool. But like we said, 16 teams in North America competing, some big names on the board. And right now, as we did see, only 2 teams able to prevail into the grand finals, getting sweeps in every single series, but not the same for the final series of our tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially on Game 6. We are seeing the Valley with only 2 wins on their side up against BT Odds, who currently has 3, and this may be a possible match point. So the Valley definitely having their backs up against the wall. They need this victory, or you're going to see BT Odds prevail. If not, and if the Valley does take this game, ladies and gentlemen, we will be jumping into a Game 7. And if I didn't if I would have, I couldn't have even predicted that. Like, I don't think anybody would have predicted 7 games in a row. And I don't know, maybe we manifested into reality, but definitely let us know who you guys are voting for, as both of these teams are getting ready to compete in the Land of the Dawn. Once again, the Valley versus Beat the Odds, and you are seeing Beat the Odds 3-2. Joined on the desk, we have the On Point analyst going by the name of Eunice. You've seen her inside of Season 1 and Season 2 for the MLSA staff. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. And yourself?
Oh man, I can't tell you. Like, honestly, I'm kind of shocked on how well this turned out, right? Not only some of the biggest teams, but some of the biggest results. When you have a finals game and it's not a sweep, you don't like seeing those one-sided stories, but when you see a possibility to go to a Game 7, that just shows you how good both of these teams are. And I can't even really give a prediction now. Every time I try and guess it's gonna go one way, these matches flip-flop the other side. But looking at the draft so far, right, you are seeing the Valley picking up that carry into the hands of Basic, and you are gonna see Foe pick up this Fredrin.
Yeah, I do see a lot of these bans, right? The thing is, like, with these high elo teams, you do end up banning out the comfort picks of each other, and you can definitely tell the level difference when it comes to these drafts, right? Because usually you immediately ban out like the Joy or the Glue, Carry, but they're letting these slide open on purpose because they do want that neutral trade and response coming in from both sides. So in response to Basic picking up that Carry, they did pick up the Fredrin coming in from Foe. So I do want to see what they want to where they want to actually go on with the rest of the draft, because they're letting a lot of things go. There's a lot of good picks open, and I do see like these comfort picks being banned out. They kind of have to work around each other because they don't have their comfort pick. Each player does have wide hero pools, right? Each player does have their comfort in their lane and in their pool, but they do have to be careful when they do these draft phases, only because not only is their comfort pick banned out, but since they're so limited now, with the current meta coming in and like new changes and patches coming in, everything kind of shifts. So now, with that being said, we do have Carry picked up by Basic, and Lolita picked up by Shark, which is one of his comfort roams, and you're actually picking up the Yuzong. But on the other side of Beat the Odds, I do see Lucas with the Lilia, Fredrin with Foe, and I do see Sarbasi locking in that Martis. And these, even just these 6 bands right here that is shown on the screen right now in the Land of Dawn, these are pretty good high elo picks for a really good team fight. And I already know, Weezy, as soon as I say the word item, I'm just gonna have to kind of let you take the mic at this point, because you're gonna just take the spotlight for these team fights. But I do want to see, like, I do see a Haya banned out. Now, I don't know if you guys have been seeing, like, the side of BTO, right? They're banning out best players' comfort picks. They are banning out his assassins. They're banning out all of pretty much anything that you can think of that best player can pretty much play. But on the other side, we always see the EXP laners getting banned out, right? Because EXP does take a lot and a lot of engagement, a lot of communication to be able to fight this and to be able to be in a 5v5 team fight and to get the advantage here. So I do see Lopu and Hilda getting banned onto the side for the favor of Bossy from the Valley, and to the side on the right side, they are banning out one EXP lane. But mind you, they're banning out pretty much every single assassin that best player has been playing for the past couple of matches.
Yeah, you make some excellent points, right? You better watch out when you say that word item, because there's some heavy aggression from both the sides of the table right now. But Sir Bossy, right, picking up that Martis, I love it, right? He has the motor coils for the anti-CC, can kind of disrupt Super Shark on that Numenon Blast, not to mention Foe over there on this Fredrin to do the exact same thing. And then you have the early game presence stacked up even more with Lucas on this Lilia, and I think it's a really good draft so far. Basic does have the carry though. That late game damage dealer has already been secured from the side of the Valley, and Yureshi has the mobility, he has the petrify, he has this Yuzong to kind of hover over with the way of the dragon, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the best answer, right? Now, like I said, it's a lot of heroes that can kind of work against them. They have a strong frontline presence to burst down the heroes that are nice and aggressive, and not to mention Lily on Lucas is going to have those black shoes to escape, so you have to be careful with that. Totenak, though, is going to go ahead and lock in this Faramis for the roam, and I'm not sure if I would have kind of predicted that one, but we'll see how it kind of works out as the draft has been finalized, and Gina's going to go ahead and lock in this Claude. 2 late game damage dealers for both sides of the board. BT Odds picking up this Claude versus Basic over there on this carry, and I gotta say, you know, usually you ask me this question, but I'm gonna ask you this time, Eunice.
No.
Who are you
reverse card
voting
here,
for
Weezy?
on the draft? And you can't be biased because best players in there. Who are you voting for?
All right. Relax. I do see you pulling the reverse card. That you stole my lingo here. But if I had to pick a draft just by the books, though, like book-wise, I'm gonna have to give it up to BTO because they do have the early game pickoffs, right? They do have the Fairness and Lilia kind of being able to shove the wave, especially in the early game. We do know that Milo and that Xavier will kind of lack that push, right? But I can't underestimate these side laners either. I do see Yureshi matching up with Bossy, and it's Yuzong versus Martis, and I do know that both sides and both heroes do have good clear, do have good shove in waves, but the same thing that goes for the marksmen. It's carry up against a Claude, and we both know that both marksmen do come online when it comes to these lane clearings, right? So I can't say too much yet, but I mean, if I just had to pick book-wise, I am favoring the draft to beat the odds only because I do have the early game pickoff composition coming in, and especially in the early game, but I do have to see what's in stock because we both know that all laners here, right? All players here play a disgusting role and a disgusting hero pool for themselves, and we've seen it already in the last couple of matches, and this can potentially be the final match here for tonight for Valley versus BT Odds, but we're gonna definitely have to see what is in stock. But looks like they're trying to contest a little bit of the mid lane here, but looks like it's going to go into the hand of best player here. But I don't know. I do have to see. I have to wait for that 5-minute spike until neutral objective war comes up. So I don't know, Weezy. How about you? I'm going to ask you the question because I'm going to make the reverse card on you. What are you thinking of this draft before things get too crazy?
Well, I think the same thing. BTI is definitely leading the way in the draft, but they do have a slight vulnerability that may be costly, and that's not having a legit roam to kind of CC for them, right? You're putting a lot into the hands of this Framus with the Cold Altar. Yeah, you got a little bit of CC from your jungler and also Martis, but is it enough, right? You have Super Shark. If he can get some good Numenon blasts in, he can get that set potential to change the tide of the game, but you're not going to see that utility in the draft for the side of Beat the Odds. So they have to be very overly aggressive for one, and for two, if they do get set over there by Lolita, it can be very costly, and they have to kind of bank on Totenak over there with this Cold Altar to be their saving grace when that does happen.
Might not be the saving grace for the side of Valley, but we do know that the Fairness ult is allowed to kind of immune a lot of attacks that do come in, but we do know that once Shark lands that ult, the Numenon Blast on any one of BT Odds and Fairness gets caught in there, might be a little bit pricey and a little bit deadly for the side of BTS. But speaking of BT Odds, looks like a little bit of a tussle going on here, Weezy.
You are seeing Super Shark still in the turtle on the Lolita for the side of the Valley. They are trying to take this to a game 7. There goes a Numenon Blast, winding up. Best player taking down Totenak, picking up a double. Down goes Foe. And the Valley, already wasting no time, is letting North America know we do not plan on losing this game. We are trying to go for game 7.
Yeah, looks like I said, I mean, kind of just ate my words right there. I mean, if you get caught in the Numenon Blast, you just don't have that saving grace anymore from that Fairness. But speaking of Fairness, looks like another kill will be picked up into the hands of best player on that Leomord. So currently a 3-0 response coming in from the Valley, but looks like BT Odds might be a little bit pressured into the goal lane, right? So we do know that both marksmen do have to skill eventually, and once that 5-minute, 10-minute power spike hits for each marksman, that's when you will see the true potential of their marksman and how they play as a hero, as a person, right? But I do see a little bit of possible engage coming down here from Foe looking his way down here, but I don't know. I kind of don't want to give you the spotlight here because you took that away from me the past couple of games. But let's speak items. I swear to God, Weezy, if I talk about these items and then something happens, I'm blaming it on you. Anyways, all right, let's talk about these items real quick. I do see Carlos coming in with the lead with the goal, right? Being able to get 3 kills into the board under 5 minutes definitely will be able to lock in the first 4 items. Same with Milo, locking in the clock right there for the mages. But I do see the marksman locking in Corrosion from the side of Valley, the carry coming with a good response. Claude still looking for a response for a item, still looking for a DHS possibly, or a corrosion site. Both builds lead into the same way, but for now I do see most damage spikes will come from the Xavier and the Leomord. So I do have to see, I can't tell yet, right? Neutral objective was picked up by Valley, but the gold gap is not too much yet. It's only 2k, but that can be easily picked up with a couple of kills. But looks like something's going on in the mid lane, Weezy.
You do see engagement on the way. You are seeing the Phantom Steed rush in, pick up a kill. Down goes Foe, and it's going to open up the opportunity for best player to take this turtle as they realize the jungler is down for the side of BT Odds. Your Rescue trying to keep Sir Bossy from rushing in, and that is going to be another neutral objective objective into the hands of the Valley.
All right, looks like Lucas on that Lily did pick up the Enchanted Talisman to kind of sustain with the mana. I do see you're actually picking up Hunter Strike, and I do see Claude picking up DHS. So 4 items have been locked in by each lane, and almost each lane pretty much, except for the roamers. But I do see a little bit of an engage coming in from the mid lane. Looks like they're trying to look for a possible invade, but good zoning out coming from Shark. But I don't know. I keep saying this, but I just cannot see how the power spike and how the hill will turn upwards for each side, because like we talked about this in our draft race, right? We do have both of these teams coming in with good picks, good high elo picks, but hold on, looks like something might happen in the bot lane.
Did see a possible rotation around there. Lucas and Totenak joining that fight, but looking at Milo and Super Shark online, not going to allow that to happen. And right now, the Valley being a little patient. They're currently 4-0. They do have the advantage for the early game. We kind of said, like in the beginning phase, the vulnerability in the draft for Beat the Odds is not having a legit tank to kind of provide that set potential. That puts a lot into the hands of Sir Bossy and Foe to pull that off, and I'm not sure it's enough to go up against this Lolita. Yeah, in theory, they can cancel out the Numenon Blast if they're close enough, but if not, it's going to be a very hard time, not to mention Milo. We haven't even talked about this over there on this Xavier with that Mystic Field for some additional CC, and you're seeing just a lot more in terms of utility leaning to the favor of the Valley.
Hold on, looks like you're not done yet, Wheezy.
Numenon Blast going down into the co-altar for the double set. 2 members stunned from the side of BTIs, but they are not letting go. They're going to rush back into the fight. You can see the Blazing Duet over there by Gina trying to take out best player. Sir Bossy picking up a kill, taking out Shark. Going to go ahead and shut down best player and get a double. That is Martis picking that up. You are seeing Sir Bossy have an easier time with the decimation, but look at your Reshi 1v4 situation. Milo trying to hit the Mystic Field. Lucas going to pick up the kill, take down Yuzong. 3 members down for the side of the Valley, and Beat the Odds showing you they have the aggressive composition and making it work in their favor. Now shifting their focus over to this Turtle. Mystic Field for the stun, immobilizing Foe. Not enough. Going to go ahead and hit the Retribution, and the Turtle is going to go to Beat the Odds.
Now it is a 43 kill scoreboard now. Good response coming in to Beat the Odds, but looks like that was a little bit of a iffy fight for the side of Valley, right? They were in favor of gold, but looks like the gold has been caught up. First turret is down in 7 minutes for the side of Beat the Odds. Hold on, looks like we're not done yet.
Milo taking dangerously low, able to get away, but baiting out that utility, and Gina will be down on that Blazing Duet. But speaking of the marksmans, look at Basic going up against Lucas, forcing out the black shoes, and now he can be overly aggressive, but Totenak rushing in. A little bit of that saving grace. Basic not going to go ahead and overextend right there. 4-3 though, pretty even, and BT Odds is starting to find some answers, right? They're looking a little shaky, but speaking of BT Odds, you are seeing Foe and Yureshi kind of fight it out in the jungle, and Foe kind of taking a lot of this farm, rotating around, realizes they do have the advantage as they were able to take the tier 1 for the top side.
Yeah, looks like they were able to take those turrets down, but looks like Yoshi is going to come back online and defend those lanes, right? Yuzong versus the Martis, right? It's a very interesting lineup, to be honest with you, because a lot of clear, but hold on, looks like a possible engage coming in the bot side.
Dawning Light raining down into the co-altar. Totenak able to sustain, but the Mystic Field having other plans. Milo going to pick up that kill and take down Totenak. Down goes Faramis, leaving Lucas by himself. Another Mystic Field for the stun. Super Shark rushing in. Lucas going to have to go ahead and get out of there, opening up the opportunity for the side of the Valley to take this tier 1 turret. Another Mystic Field, a flicker in, Dawning Light, but Basic rushes in with the speedy light wheels and takes down Lucas. You are seeing the Wind of Nature to try and negate the damage over there by the Blazing Duet over there on Gina. But look at Yuzong. Yureshi hovering over with the Black Dragon, now having to go back, but on the bottom side, Sir Bossy picking up a kill, takes down Basic, and now rushing out with the power of Decimation at his side. He's gonna go ahead and use the Mortal Coils for some CC, but he is in some serious trouble. Uses a Decimation on Milo, but shut down by best player. Dawning Light raining across the map into the mid lane, as you are seeing the push by the side of BTI to try and take that mid turret. The tier 1 does fall, and that is Gina able to pick that up.
It looks like it is a little bit of a tussle coming in from both sides, right? I do see it was a neutral objective kill lead from both coming sides, but looks like the Valley is in favor, right? It was able to pick up each turtle from the Valley, but we did know that BTS was able to pick up a turtle there, but looks like a fight, because of that fight, costed the Lord fight here. Looks like a possible clash coming here in the Lord.
Down goes the Numenon Blast, the stun, too much to handle. Foe goes down, the jungler for the side of Beat the Odds. Blazing Duet in effect, not able to hit the mark though. Best player rushing in, can still play on the way. The RC Beat the Odds still maintaining their pressure down their jungler, but not going to allow the Valley to take this objective, not take this Lord with the easiest time. You are seeing Yureshi with the Black Dragon. Mortal Coils by Sorbasi rushing in. Decimation in full effect. Finding Shark takes him down. And that is one member off the board for both sides. 5 seconds until foe spawns in. And a good read from the side of Beat the Odds to force the Valley off of this Lord.
Yeah, good decision coming in from Beat the Odds, especially Sir Bossy on the Mars was able to kind of get all those kills in the way, right? As soon as the team gets him low enough, he's able to kind of smack them all in the face and be able to use his ult, kind of eat them up in his own trek. But before they start that lore, let's talk about these items real quick. I do see Basic locking in those 2 core items coming, Corrosion and Golden Stuff. Hold on, I just can't talk about items, Weezy, go on!
You are going to see a kill. Milo getting bursted down over there by Lucas. They are going to take the tier 1 on the bottom side, and now you are seeing the Valley trying to respond, trying to get some revenge. The stun over there onto Totenak. Super Shark pulling out the shield to negate the Shadow Stampede over there by the Sparamus. Down goes Newman on Blast. Basic picking up a kill, take down foe. The Jungler again from the side of Beat the Odds, picking up a double, takes down Sir Bossy. And now the Valley having the opportunity to possibly take this Lord, but Beat the Odds yet again maintaining some pressure. Blazing Duet going into Basic, gonna force him away from this Lord. The aggro has been pulled though. Best player trying to take it down. They are gonna maintain this fight. Yureshi hovering over with the Black Dragon for some zonage to create the opportunity for Best Player to get the Retribution off. It's going to go ahead and drop down on Totenak, force him out of the Lord Pit, and Best Player is going to go ahead and secure it for the side of the Valley.
Well, Reed coming in from the side of the Valley, right, was able to zone out that back, and as soon as Martis was down up on the board, was able to kind of capitalize all of that ground, right? We do know that Bossy comes in with a lot of CC on that Martis, was able to kind of shove people out of his way and be able to kind of capitalize that economy. And once Bossy did go down, they were able to kind of take that ground space and kind of be like, this is my land. I'm going to take this Lord. We're going to have it come straight down that mid lane, but looks like it's going to go favor towards the bot side. I do see turrets are in the favor of Beat the Odds, though, but with that Lord being able to split push, should be able to pick up some turrets here and there, but I do see a possible engage coming in the mid lane.
Blazing Duet used a little early. Co-ult being activated. Phantom Steed going in. You are going to see 2 members from the Valley fall. Milo and Best Player. And all 5 members still on the board for the side of Beat the Odds. Going to go in again. The stun onto Totenak. The Phantom Steed to pull him back. Shadow Stampede in full effect. You are going to see Lucas get a kill. Taking out Basic. Down goes their Marksman. 3 members inside the Caster's Nest right now for the Valley. Beat the Odds sitting strong. All members still present inside of the mid lane. Trying to push in for some more kills. Maybe go in for a potential wipeout. You are going to see the Shadow Stampede go in. The Petrified Black Dragon activated by Yureshi to get out of there, but foe rushing in, not trying to allow him to get away. And right now, Beat the Odds, even though they had a hard time in that Lord, they're able to still turn this around. Look at the Dawning Light though for the damage. The tier 2 turret going to the side of Beat the Odds to leave them down to their inhibitor in the mid lane for the Valley.
Yeah, well, that one fight did cost a lot of turrets for both sides. Looks like the turrets are now even. So the Lord did end up taking that bot side and kind of forced Bossy to back up and defend those lanes. But I do see carry coming online, almost sitting at 10k gold. 3 core items have been locked in by that carry, but that Claude is also in response, right? Just 100 gold gap lead, but it is a little damage item picked up. I do see Wind of Nature locked in for both sides of the parties of the Marksman, so a little bit of sustain. I do see Xavier locking in his 3 core items, right? The Clock, the Book, and the Lightning Truncheon, but the Lilia did lock in her 3 core items, so very, very even. Gold is neck to neck. Kill is a little lean on the Valley, but it doesn't really matter. Kills really matter if the gold is on the lead? But looks like, hold on, they might collapse on Yureshi here.
Engagement on the way. Newman on Blast winding up. Lucas getting a kill, takes down Yureshi. Down goes Yuzong. Dawning Light finding Totenak. Basic finding foe. Best Player finding Sir Bossy. 3 members have fallen. Only 1 for the side of the Valley. You are seeing the Phantom Steed rushing to Lucas. He is going to be able to get away with the power of glooms, but look at Gina with the separation. He's going to go ahead and try and take this tier 2 turret for the bottom side. Dawning Light not able to do too much damage to the minions, and that is going to open up the opportunity. But wait a minute. You are seeing Basic rush in, Speedy Light Wheels just in time to stop them. And I gotta say, you gotta be careful. Beat the Odds is very slippery when it comes to these engagements. They're able to kind of traverse across the map and take advantage of the separation. And if you're not careful, you're gonna see a similar story as what we did see in game 2 and 3. Beat the Odds able to turn it around and make things work in their favor on the small little mistakes that the Valley does have for these skirmishes.
Right, and they do need to capitalize on these objectives, right? It's more about the objectives and the team fights at this point. So they do need a read on these turrets. I do have their mid lane still up for the side of BT Odds, but The Valley is holding on to tier 2 turrets and inhibitor turrets at this point, so they do need to come online with this Lord and possibly get a possible steal here, but hold on.
You are seeing the Petrify, the Black Dragon by Ureshi, Dawning Light doing some damage, Cold Altar being activated, Numenon Blast going down for the stun! You are going to see Best Player pick up a kill onto foe again, first blood on this engagement. Ureshi picking up a kill, taking down Sir Bossy, and that is 2 members out for the side of BT Odds, forcing them on the retreat, but look at Gina, Blazing Duet, hit by the Bulwark Shield. You are seeing Super Shark kind of negate that damage, and that is a lot of utility wasted, and a huge advantage for the side of the Valley to take this Lord, and it looks like they are not going to be able to contest it, as again, we're seeing foe often on these engagements be the first one to fall, and this is what we kind of stated in their draft. When you lack that frontline presence, you require a lot more for Sir Bossy and foe to rush in and take that initial damage, and that is going to be a huge problem when you are fighting for these neutral objectives.
I feel like if you're lacking more tank CC is what happens, right? Because the only person that can really tank all that damage and be in front of everybody's face is really, it's really, but hold on, looks like they're not done yet.
You are seeing the Blazing Duet, Mirror Ism Effect to get out, but Speedy Lightwheel's finding him, is going to take down Gina. And I gotta say, right now, good play from the side of the Valley. Not only did they take a kill, taking down the marksman, but they also still have this Luminous Lord to kind of sink these lanes and try and push in some more of these turrets. But right now, BTS doesn't have too much of a problem, as they are still holding on to their entire mid lane, which is making it a little awkward for the Valley to kind of engage. And right now, they're gonna have to find a way to open up this mid lane if they do want to kind of close out this game.
They do, but they do have that Lord split pushing, so we do know that that mid lane turret will eventually go down, because everyone has to shift their focus on that Lord, right? They just can't let that Lord go. And speaking of shifting focus, they did take that mid lane turret down. They're gonna let that Lord just continue split push and be able to capitalize all these turrets here. So mid lane is gonna fall down for the side of BT Odds. Inhibited turret on the right side is looking very, very low, but hold on, looks like Shark is trying to look for a possible engage, but I think the Valley will play this a little bit slow. Inhibited turret is down for the bot side, but hold on, Best Player trying to look for something here.
Inhibitor does fall on the top side. Black Dragon going in with the Phantom Speed. Best Player trying to get some kills. Martyrs with the Motor Coils. Cold Altar being activated a little early, and he has now been silenced. They have to kind of retreat now. Dawning Light over there by Milo to do some initial damage, and now cracked down on their inhibitor for the top side, only holding their mid inhibitor currently. And right now the Valley is smelling blood. They're trying to take this to a game 7. Numenon Blast used a little prematurely though, and that's going to be a huge advantage to defend. But down goes the inhibitor into the hands of Basic, leaving them only with their Nexus, a hope and a dream in the enhanced Mystic field for the double set from Milo.
All right, in order for the Valley to close out this game though, right, they do have to be very patient, because we do see, and we saw in the last couple games, Valley kind of putting a lot of pressure into their base actually ended up making them make these small mistakes and ended up snowballing onto themselves. So I think they learned their lesson pretty well. They did back up, they did let the Lord push in, and they did respectfully back off to let these lanes push and maybe possibly look for a freeze in these lanes to be able to contest that Lord. And I do see Milo on that Xavier being able to proc down like every single once in a while to try to get them low enough to maybe possibly get them to force back, or probably look for a kill, maybe if they get caught out. But hold on, looks like Ureshi's getting caught out here.
Ureshi gonna go ahead and hover over with the Black Dragon. Phantom Steed going in. Immortality proc on Toknak. Basic gonna find the kill. Down goes Framus. Conceal play. Super Shark on the chase. Trying to get the stun. Black Shoes over there by Lucas. Hit with the Mystic Field. Milo picking up that kill. 2 members down for the side of BT Odds. A huge advantage for the side of the Valley. But look at the back line. Blazing Duet going in, clearing the minions, realizing they need the separation. A good read over there. He's going to go ahead and recall Ureshi, trying to chase and find him, but he has completely broken his ankles and recalls back to base. Definitely a good read, but with this advantage, you are going to see the side of the Valley yet again take another neutral objective. Luminous Lord going into the hands of Best Player.
And with that being said, they do have to be very careful. Even though they take Lord, they do have these rooms that they have to be careful with, right? They do have to be synced up with these lanes. Everyone has to be online and ready and be up and available for anything that potentially can happen, right? And for the side of Beat the Odds, they have to be careful, right? They have to either pick or choose if they want to take this fight or if they want to back off and take the defensive route for the side of Beat the Odds. But looks like Ureshi knows what's going on in that bot. Like, hold on, they might look for something, but Ureshi, I think he caught on. So looks like Lord is coming down that mid lane. I do have to sync these lanes up one by one, and I do think that they're going to start syncing the top lane first, and then they're going to start letting the bot lane push for the next wave. So very interesting play coming in right now there, but they're playing it so slow. They're playing it little by little, one step at a time. And looks like they're trying to go in for concealed plays sooner or later. Oh, hold on. Foe gets caught out.
Yeah, Foe a little too overly aggressive right there. Gets picked off with the Immortality, Dawning Light. Best player picking up a kill, takes down Totenak. Foe on the retreat now. Best player picking up a double. And now with 2 members off the board, Numerous Lord does get bursted down though. Best player trying to pick up a triple. Mega kill though as Basic takes down Sir Bossy. And ladies and gentlemen, Milo picking up the killing spree, takes down Lucas. And that is a full wipeout for Beat the Odds. We are going to a Game 7.
Congratulations to this side of the valley. You guys did play well. You guys did learn your lessons from the other previous matches to take things slow, and that was your key to victory this game. Looks like MVP is going to be locked in by best player on that Leo Morin. Very well played, 9-11 coming in. A very good early game snowball coming in from the side of Valley, but even though Beat the Odds was able to respond with Sir Bossy on that Martis, fell a little bit short towards that late game when he did get caught out. And like I said, Weezy, there was no frontline CC coming in from a very set Roman. I don't think a Faramis was a good pick here compared to the draft of the Valley, but let's talk about 39% damage coming in from Milo. The Xavier, a lot of damage coming in for the rest of the side, and followed right behind him was Basic coming in 24% damage. Tons of team fight participation, which means you know that they were all rotating together. 5v5 fights at every objective, every fight, every little pickoffs. So very well played by the side of Valley, but congratulations, Valley. You do take this win. I will see you in the grand final match.
Yeah, definitely the final match. Who would have thought? Game 7, back and forth all the way through. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Valentine Dash, our first ever Mobile Legends Scrim Academy tournament. As we do close the gates for Season 1, open up the doors for Season 2 with 16 teams who had the chance to compete for a total cash prize of $700 US provided by Raz, and also Moonton with the amazing diamond prize pool, with first place taking home 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place taking home 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place receiving 10,000 diamonds. It doesn't stop there though. As you said, 16 teams competing, some top names in North America, and also some newer faces that you'll be seeing in the upcoming tournament, such as the NACT. But only 2 teams were able to make it this far, with sweeps on every single phase except for the grand finals, which is the Valley versus Beat the Odds, neck and neck, 3-3. And we gotta see who will be able to take the final game. Definitely the polls will be in. Place your guys' votes as well, as they are putting on a show, and we really appreciate everybody tuning in. I gotta say, I don't even know where it's gonna go. It's so back and forth. These teams are very even, but kind of like Eunice stated, the Faramis pick, I felt like kind of had them fall short on these drafts. So you gotta have a little bit stronger composition, especially for the front line. You don't want your jungler to take all of that damage. So we've seen Foe kind of rush in head first and get bursted down on a lot of those neutral objectives. So well played by the side of the Valley, taking the 6th game of the day, but that's just it. This is the best of 7, and we are going to the best of 7. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, as both these teams are getting ready to embark in the final match.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. An insane turnout for the grand finals of the Valentine Dash, the first ever tournament for the MLSA. The Mobile Legends Scrim Academy partnered up with Raz for a total cash prize of $700 US going to first place. Not to mention Moonton with the amazing sponsorship, giving first place 25,000 diamonds, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. 16 teams were competing, a lot was on the line, but only 2 were able to prevail. The Valley and beat the odds, taking every single phase of this tournament with sweeps up until the grand finals. And now both of these teams currently tied 3-2-3. Who do you have your votes on as they were competing in the grand finals best of 7? And I gotta say, if this is not a game, if this is not a finals ending, I don't know what is. To take it the extra mile all the way to a game 7, who would have thought? The Valley, the team from North America, leading the way in M4, going up against Beat the Odds, led by Sir Bossy and his crew. And it's been insane. Definitely going toe-to-toe. Both of these teams pretty much even. And now, this is officially the final match of the day to close out our tournament. Now, we're going to do something special. We're going to do a round table, round robin cast. I will be your play-by-play. We'll be joined by the MLSA staff, Master Rim and Eunice, to paint the perfect picture on these keys to victory and the items. How you guys doing?
I'm doing fine. How about you, Rem?
Doing great. You know, there's a lot of big things, right? This is the final game. It's the finals of the grand finals. You know, something that I never thought that I would have had to come on the casters desk and say, right? And it just goes to show why these teams made it to this spot, right? It's the first time we're seeing it go to 7 matches in this best of 7 here, right? But looking at the draft so far, Luke is going ahead and locking in that lead, right? We do know the utility coming in without real manipulation, and then a beautiful response coming in from Super Shark there and Yoveshi, locking in those picks. That's going to be able to not only deny some of those engages, but also initiate some of these team fights, right? So beautiful drafts and priority picks coming out from both sides so far.
Yeah, you make some great points, right? Super Shark picking up that comfort, taking up that Lolita nice and early. Yoreshi taking up a strong XP lane that can rush in with the bravest fighter onto Lucas on that manipulation. But some meta did walk on the table, right? Foe is going to go ahead and pick up this Joy, something we haven't seen today, and that is a very strong answer. Now, you got to keep in mind, Joy's only real weakness is the suppression. And with Kaja being taken off the table, they really need to kind of rely on this Franco to stop her. If not, you're going to see him having an easier time getting online. And Sir Bossy, speaking about easier times, realizing that Super Shark has locked in this Lolita, is going to go ahead and pick up this Atlas, and an excellent read in the draft from the side of Beat the Odds.
Yeah, with that being said though, right? I don't know, is Bossy on Rome this game, or is that just the hover over the Atlas, right? Because I do see that, I mean, Shark has been locking in Lolita, right, for pretty much every single game that I saw, pretty much. It's a very good comfort pick, but I'm actually surprised that BTL hasn't banned out any of Shark's comfort picks, right? I mean, they've been banning out Yureshi's Sileners, they've been banning out Basics Gold Lane, they've been banning out all the back mages that Milo could possibly play, they've been banning out best players, Assassins, but nothing for Shark, and I feel like maybe this is kind of in their favor, right? But speaking of a favor, I do see a Harith ban coming in on the table for the side of Valley. But Rem, how are you feeling about the Harith ban here? Do you know anybody on the side of Beat the Odds playing Harith?
I think they did pull it up earlier and slotted that up into that gold later there to go against Basic as well. He was on the quad in that same game actually, so it's one of those things that he's not too comfortable going up against while he's playing this quad. But I would like to say that I'm favoring the draft in this first phase coming up for the side of Beat the Odds, right? They do have, and it's only because of this Atlas pick, right? That Fatal Lynx is going to be able to not only counter Basic when he comes in with that Blazing Duet, but if it comes down to it, Super Shark is also going to be able, you know, to get some engages there as well. But I might have to take it back. They slotted in that Valentina. There's just too many good ultimates on the side of Beat the Odds for the Valley right now, and them slotting in that turned this draft and my opinion in their favor.
Yeah, you definitely got to watch out. A lot of these picks are very strong. Milo having this Valentina can go ahead and steal that manipulation from Lucas, can take the wild charge from Totenak, and also take the fatal links from Sir Bossy. And that is a strong pickup in the late phase of the draft. But keep in mind, basic running on this Claude will be able to get out of a lot of these tricky situations and also find his way into the back line on Lucas. And it's definitely a strong read, not to mention best player locking in this Benedetta, who you don't really traditionally see outside of the Valley really running for North America. At least we haven't really seen it too much in the MLSA, but best player, one of these players on the Valley who can kind of pull out the impossible and make it work. And I definitely love the draft so far. He has the mobility, he has the eye for an eye to be able to get out of Totenak's fatal links on that Atlas, and that is a good read. But I gotta say, both of these sides have a very strong draft, and it's gonna be down to a level of execution. I'm definitely gonna be keeping my eyes on Milo though, on this Valentina, as I think he's gonna be a key player for the side of the Valley. But also with key players, keep your eyes on Joy, keep your eyes on Foe. Not really having a direct counter against him, you might see an easier time for him to get online as well. As ladies and gentlemen, we are officially jumping into the final match of the day for the Valentine Dash. We are watching Beat the Odds go up against the Valley 3-3, taking us all the way to a Game 7. The polls are out there. Definitely let us know, who are you guys voting for closing this game out. Speaking of that, speaking of the game, we have two amazing casters to join, a round robin, Eunice and Rim in the building. I gotta say, Game 7, this is the first time we've ever been able to do this.
But before things to get hectic, I'm gonna ask you the same question, Wheezy. Looking at draft, right? We did talk about this a little bit earlier with Rem here, but if you had to pick a draft just by looking at these picks, right? Before things get too hectic, if you had to put your finger on one of them, who are you favoring?
Oh, that's a very hard question. I think they're pretty much almost even. This is the hardest one I'd have to kind of break down. But if I'm looking at one side, I'm gonna go for the Valley just for the fact that they have this Valentina. So they not only have the Newman on blast, but they also have the fatal links of this Atlas to work around. But I don't know, with not having a direct answer to Foe, he is that wild card over there on this Joy who can rush in and pick up some kills with the power of his music. And you have to watch out for that. But like I said, this is not only the Game 7, but the most intense draft I think we've seen so far in the Valentine Dash. What about you, Rim? Now, if you're looking at this so far, is there really one that you're kind of leaning in favor of draft-wise?
I'm really split on both of the drafts, but for the same reason you are, basically. I think it's going to come down to the initiation and how these teams combo their skills, right? Looking at basic, he does have that Purify at his disposal. So if Totenak on this Atlas is the one to go engage with that failings, we all know who's going to pop that Purify, and that could be deadly for the side of Beat the Odds later into the match, right? So they're going to have to depend on the sides of Beat the Odds to either have Sir Bossy kind of be the one to bait out that Purified before they actually commit to an engage. So I think it depends again on these team fights and how these teams use their combos and how they execute it.
Speaking of combos, speaking of execution, Foe's gonna rush in with the power of sound a little early. Best player realizing that ultimate is not in effect. Gonna go ahead and try and make his way toward this turtle, but look at Sir Bossy, Guardian's Barrier, checking the bush, running straight into Yureshi, kind of staring him down. Gonna go ahead and back out of that, but battle over this turtle in play. Fatal links, double fatal links with the IMU. Yureshi picking up a kill, taking out Totenak, getting first blood into the side of the Valley. Turtle barely down to any HP. Milo picking it up for the side of the Valley as well, taking the turtle, taking the first blood, picking up another kill, taking out Sir Bossy, and the Valley leading the way so far for the early game.
Yeah, beautiful team fight coming in from the side of Valley, being able to capitalize, but I mean, Wheezy, I don't know. I think you get confused between who is using the fatal links on the Atlas. Totenak versus Milo, using the IMU, using the copying mechanism coming in from the Valentina. But I don't know. I saw that. Oh, I don't know how you distinguish it, but man, I don't know. That was a really good team fight coming from both sides. But speaking of team fights, I do have to favor the Valley for that neutral objective, right? They were able to get a lot of ground control, and being able to zone out the back line is really crucial for the side of Valley, because they do have Atlas, right? But they do know that Milo can also kind of give a Uno reverse card on the side of Beat the Odds.
That's true, right? But looking at what they have working at their disposal in the Valley, right? Looking at these items so far, there is a lot of early game components being built in, some gates being completed. We do see Valentine locking in that elegant gem. She's going to go ahead and build into that clock of destiny to be able to scale into that burst fight. She does have that cooldown reduction boost, but speaking of cooldown reduction, a team fight, not so fast.
You are seeing Totenak with the perfect match, getting the stun on to Basic. Blazing Duet, not enough to save him, and Gina's gonna pick up that kill. The flicker, the fatal links, getting Super Shark. Electo final blow going in from best player as a response. Beat the odds, taking some serious damage. Newman on blast, flicker in, unable to hit the mark. You are gonna see the IMU from Milo, not able to get that fatal links, picking up some grass right there. But looking in the mid lane, fight over there from Sir Bossy, hitting with the Raging Slash and the Bravest Fighter is gonna force him out of that engagement. But look at the top side, immobilized Shark in a bad position. Lucas able to pick up that kill with the power of manipulation, and Sir Bossy running back, trying to proxy those minions. And I gotta say, which was once 0-2 is now 2-2. Both teams evened up in terms of kills.
Yeah, looks like Bossy tried to come join the party, but looks like he said, I'm gonna go run instead. But I do see neutral objective coming up. Looks a little bit invid coming here onto the side of blue.
But you are going to see the eye for an eye over there by best player, able to pick it up. Yureshi rushing in with the Bravest Fighter, bursting down foe on the over-aggressive contest for the blue buff. And now it's going to create the opportunity for the side of the Valley to possibly take this neutral objective. Or not the Valley, but actually, no, the side of, no, you're right, the side of the Valley to kind of take this. And I got to see how they're going to kind of respond in this engagement. But look at the top side. Blazing Duet going in. Gina trying to burst him down. Torn apart memories, maybe on the way. No, Basic able to get out just in time with barely any HP. But Totenak gonna use that perfect match, not able to find him in time, and he's gonna go ahead and safely recall back to the base.
And that was a little too late there, right? If he just decided to go for that engages 1 second sooner, he may have been able to find the mark, right? And like I said, the side of beat the odds right now, I'm a little, I don't know. I favored it in the earlier stages of the draft, but right now, seeing how it's being executed, it's not really benefiting them as much, right? Like Joy in the jungle, we know that one of her strongest roles is being up in that EXP lane where she'd have the security of that vengeance, right? But speaking of vengeance, the Valley offers some.
You already seen the Electo go in, unable to hit the mark though, and that's a little bit of utility wasted over there by best player. But look at your Reshi, Justice Blades going in, Sir Bossy trying to clear these minions. Bravest Fighter has been activated, but on the top side, looks like Super Shark, Milo, and Basic are trying to opt in for a possible pick-off, but Totenak using the perfect match, rushing into Milo. He's gonna go ahead and have to now push out, but the fatal links from Milo, the double fatal, what is going on? A parallel universe, if I must say so myself. But down goes a Blazing Duet, the AoE damage from Basic, able to pick up a kill, taking out Gina, but you are going to see Basic pick up a double. Gonna go ahead and use a mirror image effect, find his way to foe and takes him down as well. And that is a huge pickup for the side of the Valley. Valentina, also Milo picking up a kill. He's gonna go ahead and take down Sir Bossy in the mid lane. Not only are they gonna take this tier 1 for the mid lane, but they're also gonna take the tier 1 for the top lane as well.
Yeah, with each lane dying, right, it already puts side of beat the odds kind of behind a wall. They did lose 2 turrets, and one of them being the mid lane, and we do know that as soon as the mid lane goes down, you lose a lot of vision. But hold on, looks like a little bit English coming into the blue side.
You are seeing Totenak on the chase, trying to get the stun. Foe rushing in, is gonna burst down Super Shark on the Lolita, but the fatal links double set. Is it enough? Best player taking out Totenak on that engagement. IMU for the fatal links, the reverse Uno card. Foe taking a kill, takes down Valentina. The wild charge into the Guardian Barrier for the knockup, and now the combo of the manipulation, and Gina gonna get some chip damage and take out Basic, and they're definitely online. Beat the odds, trying to turn this in their favor. Yureshi left by himself in the mid lane to fend them off. Gonna use the Bravest Fighter. You are seeing Brody rush in, Gina trying to do some damage, but best player on the chase is gonna find a kill and go ahead and take down Lucas over there in the jungle.
Now, them slotting the Benedetta in that jungle position opens up the map for them so much, right? They have this Lapu Lapu in the EXP lane, being one of those, as we know him to be one of the more dominant EXP laners in the current meta, right? Benedetta also being one of those heroes where in the EXP lane, she's able to also allow for so much openings, but slotting her in the jungle and still slotting in that Lapu Lapu in your draft as well just makes it so much easier for the Valley to engage in these team fights, right? Looking at the Valley's But before we do that,
You are seeing the fatal links into Yureshi. One-man army trying to fight him off. Bravest fighter connecting, takes down Gina. Fatal links from Milo to take down Totenak in a good trade that was looking very tricky for Yureshi. That just shows you the power of the Lapu. But speaking of both sides, Foe rushing in over there on this Joy, not able to really do much. Hit with the Terrify from the Valentina provided by Milo, and now forced to kind of retreat out of that fight.
I feel like that the communication coming in from that Lapu, the Lapu and the Valentina Milo, and oh my goodness, what's going on, Weezy? You just won't let me talk.
Numenon Blast going down, heavy engagement on the top side. Yureshi picking up a mega kill, takes out Brody, getting a double, takes out Totenak. Blazing Duet possibly on the way. Basic trying to burst down Sir Bossy, trying to pick up another kill on the board, gonna take him down. Milo taking out Foe, a full wipeout for the side of the Valley. A huge start to kind of trickle in to the mid phase.
and they're gonna go ahead and take down this mid lane inhibitor, and the minions in the top side is gonna deal some damage to it as well. And before I pass it over to you, Miss, to get into some of these items as we see them being picked up here. Even though I did agree that the draft was 50-50, as the game goes on, I'm noticing some faults, right? The side of the Valley, looking at the heroes they slotted in, even though Beat the Odds has strong picks at their disposal, they're still single target in terms of damage dealers, right? The only AoE damage coming in is Eve and that Joy, right? And again, we said it's the Joy jungle. She's not able to benefit as much in terms of her presence there. And looking at the side of the Valley, they have that AoE presence, they have the AoE CC, and they have the extra damage or utility coming in from this Valentina. But like I said, some items coming in, so Eunice, break it down for us.
All right, let's break it down. I mean, come on, if I break this down and some fight happens, I'm gonna be really mad. Anyways, I see Eve locking in her 2 core items to book. Hold on, looks like a possible engage coming from Totenak.
I'm scratching my head right now. He really just rushed into the 5-man of the Valley with no game plan, and that is going to open up the opportunity for them to take this Lord, and a little bit of a misread possibly on communication right there. So he had nobody to help assist him. Even if he was able to pull off that fatal links, wasn't really going to make much of an impact to the Valley, and it looks like with that advantage in their favor, they're going to go ahead and secure this Lord.
All right, Weezy, you gotta let me talk about the items, man. Hold up. Let me talk about my items before something crazy happens here, but hold on. Looks like a potential engage right there. Gonna take down this turret here. I do see Lord getting taken down by the side of Valley, but do not know which lane's gonna come down yet, but looks like it's gonna come stomping down the mid lane. Looks like the items are pretty locked in right now. I do see the gold advantage coming in, especially from basic on that Claude, right? Being able to lock in 3 core items, Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, and that Malefic for extra penetration, right? And being able to practice, hold on, looks like a, whoa!
Huge wild charge into the manipulation. Lots of bodies dropping. Sir Bossy taking out Milo. Lucas taking out Shard. 3 members down for the Valley as Lucas picks up a double kill and takes out Yureshi, all before this Lord made his way to the inhibitor. And that is a huge play for the side of Beat the Odds. Again, beating the odds, and this is what they're known for. Shocking the world, being patient, and making the most out of these micro and macro mistakes, these minimal mistakes that you see the Valley take occasion time and time again as we do get closer to the late game.
Now that was a good engage, right? The combos coming in, and it's like I was saying, that's these both teams win condition. The way that they're able to layer and stack these skills on top of each other is going to be responsive to which team comes out on top, right? But we did see Beat the Odds being able to find an answer for that, because at the end of the day, you can engage, you could get these sets, but at the same time, you're wasting your own utility, right? Beat the Odds. Totenak on this Atlas, he has to stop being so aggressive. He's being bursted down pretty easily from the side of the Valley here. And speaking of things being bursted down, that Conceal is going to be followed up shortly.
Oh, but Foe able to get out. Numenon Blast, though, not able to hit him. What an escape by Foe. Definitely on the highlight reel today, but speaking of highlights, no, actually, Fatal Link's going in. Sir Bossy taking out Milo, but Basic with the Blazing Duet trying to find a kill, unable to, though. You are going to see one member from the Valley fall in this engagement. Beat the Odds, turning this tide into their favor. They have not claimed any of these turrets, though they need to win this engagement as they need some pressure on the map. Torn apart memories by Brody. Basic, the 1v1. When the nature has been popped. Basic using the mirror image effect to get out of there. Look at your Reshi. Bravest Fighter, Raging Slash. Gonna go ahead and jump out as well. The Valley knows they do not want to take this fight. They do not want to give any breathing room or any advantage to the side of Beat the Odds.
Yeah, with that being said, they do have to take things slow, right? And speaking about slow, looks like another engage coming. They're not done yet, Wheezy.
I don't think your Reshi got the memo. Rushing back in and gonna go ahead and take down Eve. Electro final blow by best player. A little bit of that knock up. Fatal links for the double man set. Newman on blast, winding up, flickered in for the stun. Best player taking dangerously low though is gonna go ahead and peel off a little bit. Shark gonna take a kill, taking down Joy. Bears Fighter again over there by Yureshi. The cooldown rate is insane. Milo picking up a kill, taking out Sir Bossy. 3 members out of the board for the side to beat the odds. Now inside of the caster chest, you are gonna see Super Shark pick up the kill, taking down Gina. And ladies and gentlemen, they might have turned this game around. You are gonna see the Valley possibly go for the early finish on the mistake. And it looks like they have done it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Valley takes the game and wins the series for the grand finals of the Valentine Dash.
All right, congratulations to the side of Valley. Very beautiful play, finishing up the game in less than 15 minutes. MVP locking in by Yureshi, 6-1-11. Very well played. And let's take a look at these stats real quick before we get too hectic into these plays. Beautiful plays coming in from everybody from both Beat the Odds and the Valley. I do see Shark and Milo and Yureshi kind of staying next to each other, all coming with over 70% teamfight participation. And actually, Yureshi coming with the most turret damage, being able to split push all of these lanes and all of these turrets and being able to lock in those really big objectives, right? And I do see most damage also being locked in by Yureshi, but right alongside Yureshi, I do see Milo locking in with 27% damage on that Valentina. Was able to kind of use the IMU ult and kind of copy every single one of the members of Beat the Odds ult and be to use it to their advantage. But congratulations, the Valley, you guys are the champion of the Valentine Dash. Congratulations, you guys did so well, and I hope to see you guys around in the next season.
Man, an insane turnout. The Valley able to close it out 7 games. That's right, we did a best of 7 for the grand finals, and for them to be able to close it out neck and neck, 3-3, Beat the Odds versus the Valley. I couldn't have asked for a better show. And thank you to everybody that tuned in across the land of the Dawn. Just a little bit of history in the making, right? Our first ever tournament for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, the Valentine Dash. We allowed 16 teams to compete from February 2nd through February 5th, starting at 8 p.m. to compete for a $700 cash prize, and not to mention Moonton chipping in with an amazing sponsorship of 25,000 diamonds for first place, second through fourth place getting a total of 15,000 diamonds, and fifth through eighth place getting a total of 10,000 diamonds. 16 teams in North America. Special shout out to all of you guys: the Valley, Shadow 9, Shinigami, Bloodhounds Academy, Ackerman, Elementalist, Phantom Esports, Zoomers. I'm gonna go through all of them, I'm telling you. No, honestly, guys, thank you so much for everybody who competed, everybody on this roster. Definitely make sure you look out for them inside of the NACT. A huge shout out to the Valley and BT Odds, but the Valley was able to prevail over BT Odds. But nonetheless, hold your heads high. You made it to second place against the team that took, didn't take M4, but made it to M4, and that is definitely something to be proud about. And like I said, with the Valley able to win that, they are going to secure that $700 cash prize and also those 25,000 diamonds. Not to mention all these teams who did place in the top 8 will get an insane diamond prize pool provided by Moonton. We appreciate everybody tuning in to the land of the Dawn for the MLSA. My name is Weezy. I've been your host. We had amazing casters on the desk, right? Got to give them a special shout out. Not only did we have some M-Series casters, we had Wolf in the building, Jays, we had the Fatal 5, where Gideon snuck up on us. If that's not awesome, I don't know what is. Not to mention some of our North American casters that went to M4 as well. We had Trex, Assassin Dave, and then also some of my personal favorite, the MLSA staff, Master Rim in the building. We had Eunice. We also had, so much more. Raz sneaking up and getting the game in the finals over there. Special shout out. It's his first time casting. Speaking of other first time casters, DJ. I appreciate you guys tuning in and casting as well. As that is our whole focus as a community and organization, we try and build up our region for North America and give these teams a chance to compete outside of official events such as NACT. And I count this as definitely a win in our books. Thank you so much for showing up, guys. Make sure you hit that like, that subscribe. And if you guys want to compete in future events and you're in North America, hey, make sure you guys register in the MLSA Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server now. It is in the pinned comment of the live stream. We're super easy to find. We run these events all the time.